In the open section, the third round tiebreaks witnessed the surprising elimination of favourites Giri to local player Abbasov and Rajapov against Spaniard Santos Latasa. The rest of the matchups were quite equal and any result was possible. Caruana, Nepomniachtchi and Wesley So prevailed in their matches and will join Carlsen and Nakamura as the top-ranked players to go into the fourth round. They will be joined by top players such as Duda, current world champion, old-timers such as Ivanchuk, Ponomaryov or Svidler, and youngsters like Sarin or Esipenko. In the women's section, the main upset of the day was the elimination of current World Cup winner Alexandra Kasteniuk against lower-rated Theodora Injak. Tan Zhongyi and Zhu Jianli prevailed in their own matches and will join the rest of the field in the fourth round. Finally, Harika and Jevakishvili played down to the 3-2 games to find a definite winner. A lot of tension and emotion, but Harika prevailed. The players will enjoy their first rest day tomorrow and will return for round 4 on Wednesday. Carlsen against Keimar, Esipenko against Gukesh, Sarin versus Nepomniachtchi, Erigaisi against Sindarov, in the open section. The clash between the two Muzichuk sisters will be the main focus for chess fans in the women's section.
Welcome back, everyone. Greetings from Baku, Azerbaijan to the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. I'm back as your host, Irene Sukandar, and today, joining with me, it's a very delightful day in the office. We have Irina, Krush, multiple American champions, and Irina. I'm so happy to have you here.
Yeah, thank you, Irene. I think it's the first time in the history of chess broadcast that we're going to have two Irenes doing the show. And yeah, it's a bit of compensation for me to be here after my my knockout in round 3 to Polina Shuvalova. But I'm going to be with you for the rest of the tournament. And it's going to be quite a treat because the World Cup is just one of the biggest events of the chess year.
And the most prestigious too. So yes, so wow. We had a very much needed free day yesterday, not only for the players, but for me as a commentator. And what did you do during your free day?
Well, I've had 2 free days. You know? Yeah,
that's right.
So no, my free days have been quite slow. You know, actually yesterday, the big highlight of the day was that I picked up my renewed passport at the embassy because I needed to renew it in order to be able to apply for an Indian visa to go to the Tata Steel Women's Rapid and Blitz in September. And so basically I kind of figured out that I had this way to do it in Baku, and it turned out super convenient, like way better and easier, I think, than doing it in the United States. So I have my new American passport, and now I can apply for the visa.
Well done. Very nice.
Yeah,
yes.
Some calculation was involved in planning this out.
Yeah, that's the perks of being a chess player.
Yeah, I do get to use those skills, you know, in my everyday life as well. So let's talk about the matchups today. What are your favorites?
Ooh. Usually it's me who is asking first, but okay. Oh, I have a few favorites. Obviously, in the women's section, my favorite would be the game between Medina Warda Aulia, my compatriot, versus Nurgul Salimova. Yep. And also in the open section, I actually am very interested board number 3, Fabiano versus Ray.
All-American matchup.
All-American matchups. And on the screen, we see the tournament table of the top 16 in the open section. Magnus Carlsen will be taking on Vincent Keimer, which coincidentally also in the women's section, we will have Ju Wenjun taking on Elizabeth Pat. So the 2 world champions or former world champion taking on the Dutch champions. And we also see the battle of the youngsters. Javoke Sindar versus Erigaisi Arjun. This is going to be a very interesting match to see. They're quite close in their ages, but also they're quite close in their ratings, so it's going to be very awesome. And in the women's section, as we talk about our reigning women's world champion, Juen Jun, will be playing against Elizabeth Pats. And the Muzichuk sisters, unfortunately, facing each other, and only one of them will prevail. And also Conor Hampi, a very experienced Indian player, will be taking on Bella Kotenashvili from Georgia. And Elaine Roberts, this is also one of my favorite matches actually, will be playing against Harika Dronafali. Fun fact, Elaine is still the only person in this World Cup and Women's World Cup who still got the perfect full points. So she's been winning 2-0 in all her matches.
Yeah, she's an up-and-coming player, and she's definitely been on a good streak, and she's been playing here very confidently. So I think, her matchup with, Harika, who's always determined as well, is definitely going to be interesting, right? Because we're seeing like a much more experienced player with like a very ambitious young player in this matchup. And, we also have a big matchup with the Muzichuk sisters.
Right.
And, they were not able to avoid each other in this tournament. And it is interesting to see what they're going to do, because they're not known for actually playing games against each other, right? And there's a few strategies, I think, that can be used, right? I mean, they can just sort of play normally from the beginning, but then there's also like a possibility just avoid the classical games, go straight into
the tie break.
Into the tie breaks. I don't know, maybe even straight into like blitz or something. I mean, it depends on how random you want to make it.
Right.
But it will be interesting to see how they approach their match.
Yeah, definitely. I was actually debating with a few of my friends, like how this match is going to be, whether they will, just like you said, just going into the tiebreak or decide everything on the classical matches and then use the tiebreak day as another rest day for the one who wins. And on the screen, we see players are arriving on their board. I think it's about 2 minutes before the start of the first round. And we see in the far end of the screen, Caruana just sit down, waiting for Ray to appear. And Peter Svidler, this is what Anand says, one of the veterans.
Yeah. It
was actually a very good round. Round number 3 for the veterans. We have Peter Svidler, we have Ivanchuk, Ponomaryov. Those won their games against younger
Ponomaryov,
opponents.
that's right. That's 1983. That's my year. Of course, he's a veteran. That's right. And, but Ivanchuk, he's definitely one of the players that I'm rooting for in this field. He must be like the oldest player by far at this point. I mean, this is not even like the 1970s we're talking about. I'm pretty sure his birth year is 69. So he's like 54 years old. And him making it here to the World Cup, it was a bit of speculation as to whether he would be allowed to leave Ukraine. So it's great that he's here and doing well, and he's playing 25-year-old Turkish player Vahap Sanal, who I don't know that well, actually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, among the Turkish players, maybe he's a bit unknown, but he has made a very sensational play here in the World Cup, beating Anton Kurbov on the round 3, and also beating Abdusattorov.
Yeah,
nice.
Those are two really good players.
Yeah, big upsets there.
Well, another matchup, I guess, in the open side that I'm really looking forward to is Naka versus Prague. Because I don't think this one is going to be such a walkover for Naka. I mean, given the kind of form that Prague has been in recently, I think this should be a very competitive match. Carlsen versus Niemer, this is versus Kiemer. Niemer is a famous football player. This is interesting because, Carlsen does very well against him in rapid and blitz chess. So I don't think Magnus should really have too much, concern, let's say, of drawing the classical games, although, I mean, of course, he's trying to win in the classical portion as well. But I do see kind of like a big advantage for him as they move into the faster time control.
Indeed. And we have a liftoff, Irina. C4 is on the board on the game Hikaru versus Magnananda. And if I'm not mistaken, in one of his interviews, we see Magnananda is kind of like meditating or trying to pick what he's going to play on the first move. By the way, he said in the interview that he really wants to take on Nakamura, and he has
wow.
his dream come true.
That's good.
Yeah,
Okay,
so we'll see.
He wants to take on the big lion. Yeah. Interesting, because I guess he's thinking because c4 has not really featured in Naka's games in this tournament so far. You know, he's actually stuck to e4. And of course, you know, he's also tried like knight f3 and e3 system. So I guess that's why Prague was a little bit surprised. And let's see what Naka is going for. So he's just going for knight c3 here. We don't have the move up yet on the board, but he just played his knight out to c3. And we also have, oh, here we go. Yeah, knight c3. So what is Prague going to go for? Is he like going to try a g6? Probably not. I doubt that he's going to allow like this King's Indian.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how these players. Oh, d5.
Ah, so he is going for something for this Grunfeld type of move. Okay.
Oh, c5. Sorry,
Oh,
c5.
Oh, c5.
Sorry,
yeah.
yes.
There we
Yes.
go. So c5. So we're in a kind of symmetrical English. Okay. g3. And so now Black, I guess, is not going to have a chance to fianchetto that bishop. So we are probably going to see some sort of e6 and d5. It's one possibility. Or he could just be, I mean, he can actually go for d5 right away, right? And then after some trades, you know, step back with his knight to c7. So there's a pretty big choice here. Yeah,
he went for d5.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it's certainly a very principled way for Black to play. So now we're going to see that trade in the center. I think Naka is not going to think for too long here.
Yeah, I think this is, of course, like one of the main lines in the English openings, and he surely has prepared this beforehand.
Yeah, let's see what other interesting openings we got. So we got Kamer versus Carlsen, right? Kamer is a d4 player, so that's not a surprise. I saw in one recent game Magnus tried the Grunfeld against him and won. But today, Magnus is just going for something very solid. And, the Queen's Gambit with this, you know, through this move order. You know, it's amazing how popular this has become recently for Black.
This is a very evergreen opening for both sides, white and black. And I don't know, when was the last time our world number one plays Queen's Gambit?
Oh, he plays it.
He plays
yeah,
it.
he plays it. You know, I'll tell you something funny. I mean, there's one very interesting game. He brought an interesting concept for this Queen's Gambit that I kind of want to study more in depth, where at some point he just like moves the knight back to e8, right? And it's not like the typical line, because normally, you know, the rook, you know, once Black castles, the rook is going to e8, and he just goes knight e8, like trades the bishops, and then tries to go here. So that's one of the things that he kind of introduced and that I thought was interesting, and he did quite well with that setup. But today he goes for this move, and this is also an interesting move, also kind of new stuff. The reason I know about this is because some of my recent opponents actually have this strange move in their repertoire, because, you know, I've played this position my whole life, and I haven't really known about bishop b4 until recently. You know, so it just shows you that like a lot of, you know, Black has been bringing a lot of new approaches to the Queen's Gambit declined in the last couple of years. So here, I mean, the idea, of course, is this h6 and g5 and knight e4 plan. And white has a big choice here. So it's actually interesting. I mean, you would think like e3 is certainly very natural. That's possible, right? But they can also, I think, go like queen c2 or like rook c1. So this is actually quite an important moment. And we will see how, you know, how surprised is Kamer by this line and what he's got prepared.
Well, judging from the look on his face, I think he's quite surprised indeed. And probably, of course, a player like Kamer knows what to do against this line, but maybe he just didn't expect that Magnus will come up with this bishop b4.
Yeah, I mean, I can't recall offhand any games of Magnus with this move. But yeah, we will see. I mean, it can get very sharp in this line. Let's see if I remember anything of what I've looked at. I mean, let's say like e3, h6. Yeah, let's go here. Yeah, now I'm starting to remember a bit. So I believe it's knight e2, and then it's h5. You know, going after this bishop, and then we go h4, and then there's even this type of line where, look at that. that's one of the positions that can arise from this opening.
Yeah, this potentially can happen. Wow. Yeah, this is going to be very sharp. So it's on Vincent's hand right now, how he's going to unfold this position into something that is aggressive or dynamic, or just a solid approach, because I'm sure this comes as a surprise for him. So maybe if he's not well prepared against this line, probably a solid approach is the wise decision.
I mean, I guess there's always some sort of approach where you can just like take that knight, and it's like the most boring way to approach those positions, right? Like if you don't want to let that go in for those h6, g5 things. But I mean, I'm thinking he will definitely go for something more principled. He's just trying to kind of remember how the lines go here. All right, so back to Nakamura Prague. It's going the way we were thinking, where the knight steps back to c7. And, well, these positions, they go like knight f3 generally. I mean, I'm expecting white to do that, although I suppose he can delay the knight. Development to sort of
d3 perhaps.
Yeah, maybe like scare black with the idea like he could actually take this knight. But in general, it goes like knight f3, knight c6, castles, e5. And I had a game in this in the U.S. women's last year where I think I tried this move a3 because it's like the main trick I know in this position, Irene, to go for b4. And then also, there's kind of this idea of e3 and d4.
Right. Yeah, this offers lots of nuances for both white and black. And I think this is going to be both players have to play very creatively in this position. And we have some moves on the board, right? Knight f3. So Naka says, okay, I don't have to scare Pragnananda about knight c6 or taking on bishop g2 c6. So he goes for it. He goes knight f3, knight c6, and d3.
d3.
So this is the position where I think black has to decide whether to play e5 at this moment or not. Or maybe Pragnananda will take on some other setup for black's position here. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, this feels like the most natural move. It's interesting that Naka played d3, right? Because it does kind of limit white's options in some lines. So I wonder what is the idea of like this early d3, because playing e3 and d4 in one go is definitely like kind of thematic for white.
Right.
I mean, the only advantage of this, right, is that like, I don't know, you can develop your bishop earlier, but that but I mean, I guess we will wait for Naka to show us the point of this early d3. All right, I spotted something kind of interesting here. Hold on, we're going to talk more about the Queen's Gambit. This is Svidler versus the only Azerbaijani left in the field, right?
Exactly. And he won, Abbasov Nijat won a very dramatic tiebreak 2 days ago against Anish Giri.
So Peter Svidler starting with c4. He, of course, has been a lifelong e4 player, but, many years ago he added, the English and the ready to his repertoire as well. So we have another move order that is exactly the same as in Carlsen's game. And here we go. And you see black is just going to try a different idea in the Queen's Gambit decline, right? Because there's just so many of them. So he goes, instead of
bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4, he goes for this, and then they start throwing in this early h6, right? This has become very popular as well. It's funny how these classical positions have been like so reassessed.
Right.
Like you learned something, 20 years ago, and like the Queen's Gambit has sort of like stayed the same for, quite a long time. And like now it's like a battleground of the newest ideas.
Yeah. I guess you can always play around in the opening that is quite solid. And this has been played, I don't know how many decades, right? And even though the developments of this opening haven't really been haven't really been much, but it's a solid opening. It's just the same thing like in Rue Lopez, where everyone is also trying their new ideas on that line, and Italian as well. So yeah, it's my job is just to copy whatever they prepared and then apply it on my next tournament.
Right. Yeah, learning from the best, from what the top players are doing and just kind of following their repertoire certainly, certainly the easiest way to do it, right?
Right.
And I was just kind of smiling when I saw this move because this move is also like something that I'd never really seen before. But it featured in one of the games of Polina Shuvalova, I think, against Bibisara Asobayeva that I had just recently looked at. And the idea here is, let me try to remember. But basically, queen b3 somehow ran into, I think, like knight d7 and later on c5, right? So black is kind of, going to be offering up a pawn. Like you think this is the most critical move, but it might not be the best because after c5, c4, the queen winds up going back to c2. So you see how like Svidler is also thinking, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's black just has a chance to, surprise white with so many lines in this queen's gambit declined. And this is not super popular, guys, this bishop g4 early move.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, it's already round 4. And there are so many games from round 1 till round 3 that we see how players try their new ideas. And probably, there's some potential that it could be like a trendy line in the next tournaments to come because there are some new nuances against the London. If you notice some games, Le Quang Lim and Fabi have been employing it, playing 5 moves of knight in 12 moves in the opening. So it's kind of like a counterintuitive idea in the openings where usually just play, just one piece for 1 or 2 moves, but they did for like 5 moves. So we'll see. There is a...
Yeah, let's point out why white can't take that pawn, because there's a couple of pawns on offer in this position, but that one actually winds up like blundering that bishop. So you don't want to lose to that typical trick. And taking the b7 pawn is, well, I think it's just quite dangerous. Yeah, there's going to be like rook b8, rook b2. So white's not really going to take one of these pawns. It's interesting to see what Svidler will choose here. And we also have another Queen's Gambit in Wesley So versus Sorana. So let's just continue our tour of the Queen's Gambit so I can learn more about this opening before my next tournament. Okay, so we got, how did this start? Okay, see, same type of move order as Abashev used from the English move order. All right, yeah, bishop b4. So Sorana goes for Carlsen's move. Oh, how interesting. So what's Wesley going to go for here? And I wonder if Prague is aware of this. Wesley is kind of looking away. Wesley might have noticed. So Wesley did go for e3, h6. Okay, so he went, instead of bishop h4, he went to f4. I don't know if it makes a difference. I guess it does. Or it's interesting because he didn't play g5 here, Sorana. And I'm wondering, I mean, maybe that the difference, I don't know, it's actually hard to know. Like bishop g3 is the same, and if bishop e5, like...
Maybe knight bd7?
Yeah, knight bd7 or even knight c6, right? But, like, I don't know, something...
If knight c6, bishop b5,
right? Yeah, okay. So,
Irina, the game is almost identical between, of course, the first one, Vincent Keimer versus Magnus Carlsen. So if Sarana is just going to the stage right now and see what's happening on the first board, he can actually copy it if he wants to.
Yeah, or like Vincent can be like trying to go with Wesley's preparation if he thinks Wesley is better prepared. Okay, that is definitely an interesting turn of events, and all the games are kind of, they're broadcast on these big boards, so the players are probably able to see them quite easily.
Right.
So let's take a look. So bishop f4 was played. So that's the kind of like the little nuance, right, that I guess white is planning to go bishop e5 after g5, right? Okay. So bishop f5 by Magnus. Yeah, he's trying to get this bishop out early. And then just the trade. Well, you would think normally when black gets the trade of these light-scored bishops in these structures, he's always very happy. And then, I mean, c6 probably. There you go. So, okay, then he goes, I guess he doesn't think there's like any point of playing like minority attack plan in this position. So he's like saying my only chance is playing for this. with knight e2, and okay, Carlsen is thinking, yeah?
Yeah, this knight e2 is also kind of tricky because, well, you consolidate the position of the knights, and probably you just want to do long castle. This after knight h5 happening on the board, and you might trick your opponent by playing bishop e5 first, knight d7, and come back, or you can play bishop g3 immediately, or just castle. I don't know. These things can get quite sharp if Keimer decides to do the long castle.
Yeah, I was like thinking if, like, let's say Magnus would have castled, right? I mean, doesn't g4 look kind of attractive?
And it's very trendy too these days to play like this g4 or black g5 move with or without being protected with the rook on g1 or g8.
Yeah, I mean, this looks quite dangerous because I
Yeah.
think we're going to be able to push away the knight and take that pawn. So I think that explains why Magnus didn't castle. And he goes for knight h5. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. He wants to kind of like take the bishop, then bring his bishop back here. So how is White going to react to this? I mean, the natural move is bishop e5, right? And that's sort of the...
Yeah, but after bishop e5, knight d7, oh, then you can play g4.
Yeah, or I mean, well, you can, yeah, right? So I think we have to like try something like this. Bishop g3 is possible too, but doesn't look like super... I mean, it's interesting, right? You can try to take with the h pawn.
It's playable too, of course, yes.
Yeah.
And then g4 and try to play g5 at some point.
Of course, you know, Black hasn't actually castled that way. And Black can still try to castle queenside.
I think both players are waiting for each other to see like which side of your opponent will do the castle, and then maybe they will follow or even go the opposite way depending on what type of situation that he's looking for. So...
Yeah, quite important that their Black doesn't have f6 here.
yes, queen
Right,
g6
it'll be quite,
just wins on the spot.
So bishop e5, and let's say, what are we going to do here? Maybe knight d7. So there's g4. There is also the possibility of doing nothing and kind of like letting you capture and getting stuck with that knight on h5. So there is that. I mean, I kind of feel like, of course, bishop e5 is very critical, right? And you even have to ask the question, like, what about h3?
What
Like-
about g4 immediately?
Yeah, well, g4, I mean, you're
G4
going
and
to
then-
step back, right?
And then just rook g1. You just want, if you already commits to play g4, then just continue with another.
Well, the problem is, yeah, you're. I might be able to take on e5 and go like knight e4, right? Because I do
Takes
have that
knight
bishop
e4.
here for a reason. And it's kind of usually when you're getting attacked on the flank, if Black can do this sort of central strategy, it's usually not a bad idea. So that maybe is okay for Black. But what if we go h3? What if we basically say, hey, I want to pull this bishop back? And like, what's the point of your knight h5 move? Like, if you take, well, you know, then this knight becomes a problem, and I
Then you
want
have
to go
to play
g4.
g6, but g6 there's e6 too.
Yes.
So that's
One
troublesome for
possibility.
Black.
But I mean, what else can White do after knight d7? What makes sense? Castle's queenside? I mean, I guess Black wants to just go queen e7, right?
Queen e7 or queen g5.
That's why I was like, so if I go h3, can you go queen g5? Is that also an issue?
That's possible because
But then there's g4 at least.
g4 knight f6, yeah?
Yeah, and then I can move my bishop away, but you still have like knight e4. So, but I move my bishop here. Yeah, no, that works out. That works out for
That
White,
works there.
more or less, right? I mean, it feels. I mean,
So yeah, queen g5 is a bit too ambitious, I would say.
yeah. What do you think about this structure? Is it just crazy?
Queen g6.
And offer such a, I mean, because it might not be that crazy, right? Certainly very unusual, but maybe even this could be playable for Black.
I agree. But the bishop on f4 is just a very strong bishop on this diagonal. So, yeah.
Yeah, so let's see. Magnus is thinking, right? It's a kind of a big decision. So basically, his choices are move the bishop there, move the bishop there. I don't think he's going to let the bishop get captured here.
Mm.
And I still think intuitively, like, he'll probably go for bishop e5, but
Yeah.
he does need to work out some things there. Okay, so that's Magnus's game. And Wesley So's game has gone rather differently. Because the difference is that Sarana, he didn't bring out the bishop to f5.
Right.
Yeah,
He
he
just
went
castled.
for castles.
Mm.
And then Wesley got to put the bishop on d3 and then c5. Okay, this is also very thematic, yep. Black is fighting for the d4 square.
Mm.
You know, and using, I mean, this pin is actually quite helpful, I would say. And, you know, his next moves are quite obvious. And also there's the c4 idea that Black can actually choose to advance that pawn, and in general is doing quite okay in those positions. Magnus likes that kind of move.
Right.
He likes it's more ambitious. So what is Wesley going to do? Did he take? Yeah, he took. So he makes sure that pawn can't go further. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So we're going to get something, I don't know, it almost looks like a Nimzo, except this bishop is here and not like on c1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or, yeah, it cannot go to b2. So let's take a look. And also, I suppose we should mention there are ideas like that, but they don't quite work, I think, at the moment.
No, I don't think so.
You know, you can't, like, it definitely exists as an idea, but, like, you can't really do it, like, you know, without some preparation. Yeah, poor queen. So, you know, in this position, I guess knight c6.
But also, Black has to be careful after knight c6. There's bishop d6, this little annoying move, rook e8, and then knight ge2, for example. Okay, you might, I think it's still fine. You can have
Maybe
b6.
even b6, maybe. Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's definitely like an important line to check, isn't it? I guess rook e8 looks pretty good, and knight e2. And so the question is how Black is getting this pawn back. Queen a5.
b6 is good. I think also
yeah.
even d4.
d4 is interesting, yeah, but b6, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah,
Right.
b6 is just neutralize it all.
Yeah, I'm going to take that way. And on this move, some kind of like
Bishop b7.
bishop b7, I
stop
think.
it.
Yeah, probably Black has just enough, like, you know, development, right, to make all of this work.
Mm-hmm.
So knight c6 is normal. So, like, let's say you go, I don't know, where is your knight coming out? Knight e2?
Knight e2, I think, gives more
Yeah.
flexibility.
And now the question is, well, I guess we're going to take the pawn. And you're going to castle. Then we play something like a6.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can never quite go there because of knight a4. So you need to prepare d4. It's like a very, very standard position.
Mm.
But in general, Black is doing okay in these positions, right?
Yep.
Like, I mean, this bishop is not like amazing here. Sort of, he'd probably, I don't know, he's okay, but he'd probably be a little happier in that diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
And Black has good control over d4. He can go bishop g4, bishop e6, you know, queen e7, rook d8. Like, yeah, I don't really see white. White doesn't have like the most active form of this type of position. Not really great control over this square.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Irene. So, what is interesting to you from these games? How about Gukesh versus Esipenko? In general, this matchup is a fascinating one.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting.
So, do you know how old Gukesh is?
17.
Yes. Yeah, he's very young.
Currently Indian #1.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and he's the youngest player in the field.
Mhm.
Do you know whose birthday it is tomorrow, guys? Let's play
Oh.
trivia. Let's play trivia. Now, I lost the chat because I clicked the wrong button, guys. In general,
I can check it for you.
You can check,
Mhm,
right? I will get my chat back on during our break. But it's a trivia question for our audience. Whose birthday is it tomorrow? And I found this out by accident. This person is going to be, well, I won't tell you how old he is because it makes it too easy. So But Gukesh, yeah, he's the youngest player in the field, and he's playing Esipenko, who's 21. So this is like, Esipenko would normally be the young one in the matchup, but here he's actually not. And let's take a look at what opening. I guess it's an E4 opening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've had a lot of games that are going into this structure. I think even in this tournament, we've seen quite a fee. So let's see where this is going. White gives up the bishop pair. We have like this long maneuvering game. Queen E1, A4, right? So slightly unusual stuff. And B4. Wow. Wow.
What is your take about this?
Yeah.
And he barely spends any time. He's actually gaining 2 minutes on his time. So, wow, this is such a great preparation by Gukesh.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, I see his point. He wants to go like bishop b2, pressure the pawn. And I could certainly see him at some point just bringing his knight back and kind of like allowing that trade and that change in the pawn structure. So I guess my first question would be, what if we just take the pawn en passant? I mean, that's just so natural.
And you have to take it.
And with the A pawn,
but the A pawn.
Right.
And you cannot play b6 because there is knight c6.
But still, you feel like you've opened up the black rook.
Right.
Like that should be something. But I guess the point is that like white just going bishop b2 undeterred, right? That is really the concept. But I'm still curious. Like, let's develop this a little bit. This concept. So castles.
Bishop b2.
And like knight d7. Like, what is the problem here for black? Is it that white? I mean, because this knight is very strange, right? On one hand, it's pretty good. It's tying down black to these squares. On the other hand, it's like on the side of the board, it requires protection. I suppose you can always get it protected by the bishop as well.
But I'm afraid in this position you're allowing knight g5. I think this is the bishop, the important bishop for black. And if you want to move it, you play bishop g4, but then you will lose quite some tempi there. Bishop g4, h3, let's say bishop h5, and your bishop is not doing anything actually on that square.
Yeah, I agree. But it's a very funny sort of look, isn't it? Like the two knights completely on opposite sides of the board, right? So I mean, I guess black's position still has some solidity because it's not easy for you to play f4, So like, where is the attack going? And at some point, I can play f6. Right.
Ooh, okay, let me be a bit crazy here without actually calculating any lines, okay?
Great.
Irina?
Yeah, that's my favorite. thing for my opponents do.
Let's go for g4.
Yeah.
G4, bishop g6, f4, and then if you take e5.
Oh, nice.
I don't know.
Nice.
I don't know how it's going to turn out, but
okay.
it looks interesting.
It does. Although I guess I will try to take on e5, maybe go rook e8 and like f6. But let's take a look. That is very aggressive, right? So here we go. I mean, I feel like I gotta take this pawn because like who wants to play chess like that? Nobody, right?
Yeah,
no one's gonna let those pieces in. You gotta take the aggressors who are stepping on your land.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So e5, rook e8, and let's play knight c4. I need this knight back to the center.
Okay, so let me just think. So do I want to play rook e8?
Or you want to take first?
Or do I want to take first? So if I take first, I have to calculate something.
Yeah.
And rook e8, you're going to go like knight c4. And, well, that's tricky. All right, what other moves do I have? Let me just make sure I look at all my candidate moves.
You know what? Even rook e8, I might have e6. And if you take queen c3, e5, I can take f4. No, it's going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, calculation is needed. Like this is too dynamic.
Yeah.
Like just in the first glance.
Just like it's funny how there's even a check from a7.
Yeah. There's even a check there. Oh my gosh.
All right. Well, let's just take a look at like rook e8, right? So you're gonna go knight c4.
Knight c4. There's that's quite natural move to make. If you take on a1, queen takes a1, removing the queen from the pin.
Okay, let's go for the direct. Let's just go for this direct thing. I want to see what's
Okay.
going on in this line.
Takes and then there. Yeah.
And then f6, right? Like that.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's holding for black. Like this bishop is going to belong to black soon.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know what? Like, keep offering those lines.
Yes.
Because it makes it more fun.
It is fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So did he take the pawn?
No,
he's
he
still thinking.
castled.
He castled.
He
Interesting.
castled.
Yeah, interesting. Because, yeah, I mean, to me, it's like, this is certainly making some sense. I guess it opens the white rook, too. You have to really just consider who benefits more from that opening. But I don't think, like, this is a crazy capture. And, I mean, I would certainly, like, spend some time thinking about that. But, okay. So he decides, like, nah, I'm fine with my rook on a8 being a little bit closed. And he just goes for castles.
And also there's some psychological thinking as well, because after b4, b3 is like one of the moves that you know your opponent should have prepared already. So of course Ishipenko thinks that okay, this is one of the main lines that white has to think, and probably let's go castle, and probably this is like one of the least favorite line in this variation.
Yeah, so like we were looking at bishop b2, knight d7, right? And so the question is like, does he plan to move this knight at some point, right? So we looked at knight g5 idea, but if he doesn't go for that, you know what I'm curious about is like this move. Would you play f6, which is completely normal, or would you take the knight? What's your take on that position, Irene?
Yeah, this is definitely quite a hard position to evaluate too after knight c4, bishop takes c4, d c4. Probably, do you play c5 or not after that? It's also another question because
I would say if I'm not sure, then just don't change anything, right? Because f6 is a pretty good move, right? Like you really can just go there, and I don't see the problem with that. So that's an easy move to make. But of course, you know, this one, change in pawn structure, you need to look at a lot more carefully. I guess.
You have to prepare against c5.
Yeah, that is already a threat, right? So you can go c5, b5, but that doesn't look like...
But no, if you play c5, you just take, right? And e5 is hanging. So you have to play b6. Yeah. But do you... b6 is actually okay, but I don't think you would like to take. But on the other hand, I was thinking of another line. If you don't take, you know, this knight could maneuver to e3 and then bring... okay, let's say we play f6 in this position. And knight e3, knight h4, and then preparing knight f5 at some point. And, you know, also another preparation at some point, you can play f4. I don't know when it's going to happen, but this should be, you know, the follow-up of white's position.
Yeah, it's the dream to play f4. It's not so easy to do, though, right? Now, you don't have a whole lot of support for it. And I can also see how black at some point will just try to trade off that doubled pawn with c5, right? So in general, I mean, I'm quite okay with black's position here, despite the fact that obviously this is all Gukesh's preparation. But I would say, like, if I'm just kind of playing from a blank slate, like, I probably would be quite happy as black. You know, bishop pair, it's like a complex strategic game.
Yeah, it's interesting with this queen b8 in the earlier of the game as well. How Ishipenko decides to play queen b8. It's too deep for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would ever play such a move like queen b8 in such a position, because without any preparation, I wouldn't have made it for sure.
So let's take a look maybe at some of the women's games. Okay, Ju Wen-jun versus Elizabeth Patz. That's a big one. Ju Wen-jun had quite the road to round 4. I mean, she won with rook and knight versus rook in a game where she was not doing well in.
Yeah,
so
that round was so dramatic for the Chinese players. Tan Zhongyi should have lost as well against Narva Mai, but she bounced back and drew the game and won the tiebreak after that.
So Elizabeth going for a King's Indian, that is a really interesting choice. It's definitely part of her repertoire, but she can do a lot of things. So it's interesting that she went for the most aggressive from her repertoire. And okay, Ju is going for this line. Yes, though that is a fairly popular line that I've played a bit as white. Knight c6, I think that's one of the best answer. And Yeah, you're provoking white to go d5 and provoking white to kind of go after you with the pawns, and then you kind of counterattack. That's the idea. So that's how it's going. But Ju doesn't go for
F4.
F4. Well, F4 is risky. Yeah, I did that move once and I lost. So, like, I don't know. You can't really, you don't want to do that without a lot of
preparation.
Yes. So Ju goes for the more solid knight F3. Okay. And what does Elizabeth do? So she takes, well, trading pieces is generally good for the side that has less space, right? So I think that makes some sense. And then I assume, you know, because black has not committed any of their pawns here yet, like you would think that, like, you know, because they still have the chance to, you know, attack the center with either e6 or c6, right?
Right.
So you think like e6 would be very obvious. Okay, she goes for that. There we go. And after castles, what do we do? Yeah, we're not going to go for e5. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's not what we want. Yeah.
Yeah. So she goes rook e8. Okay, that's fine. So this is the position. White still has a space advantage.
And it's a slightly different version, but it's a better version in Benoni for black, because black is not committed with the pawn on c5 yet, or any pawn moves on c file. So yeah, black can still come up with some other idea. In fact, maybe just a5 b6. I don't think it's a normal idea too, but I think Elizabeth will concentrating playing on the center instead of on the flank.
Yeah, she's still under some pressure in this position, because I'm thinking, first of all, on this trade, right, white is actually going to take like that. And I think we'll have like a better structure. So for example, like we can throw in this trade right here. Why didn't she do it? I do think like this one is the way more ambitious way to capture, because you want to open the C file, attack that pawn. And yeah, where is black's counterplay supposed to come from exactly? You sort of see why black likes the pawn on c5 in the Benoni, right? Because then at least it's protected. Here it's like it's tricky, because if you go c5, well, I would at least take a look at that move, you know? Like, I don't think it's completely nuts to like consider this move. You know, well, computer doesn't like it, but it's not like completely crazy.
It's not losing. It's not losing, yeah.
But basically, that's kind of the issue for black, is what they're doing with the pawn structure and like the space disadvantage. So she plays rook e8. That's fine. But obviously, at some point, like she's kind of going to be taking, right? And so then we're going to see that structure. So what should white do to prepare? That's a good question. So what do you think about just like maybe rook c1?
Rook c1 is good. I think I would hold a little bit with my queen's move, because I still cannot decide which square is the best square for the queen at the moment. So it could be on c2 later, it could be on d2, but rook c1 has to be played for sure.
Yeah. Let's see. I feel like she made a move.
I think she played rook c1.
And I think, yeah, she might have done that. There you go.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, it's a very logical move. So basically, you're preparing for this capture to have your rook in the right position, because it seems like the capture is the main idea. And even if it doesn't happen, like well, I mean, of course, black is not going for these structures, guys. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But the rook would be perfect here for like supporting c5 as well. So I do like that move. Let's try to figure out what we're going to do for Elizabeth, yeah?
Yeah, while we are figuring it out, and we will see on the screen soon the stats of Ju Engine.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So Elizabeth, she has an hour and 11 minutes. So she has been taking more time here despite choosing the opening.
Yep. Well, Ju Engine played 7 times. And in the last World Cup that she played in 2018, she won in the final against Kartan Lahno. So, but overall, she always performs quite well during World Cups or Women's World Championships.
I mean, that looks great, right? Those stats look amazing.
Right.
Actually, it just made me realize that on her way to winning the 2018 World Cup, I think she beat me.
Oh, that's one important detail
yeah,
there.
that's right. Brought back some memories.
I see.
Yeah. So Okay, so rook c1 is on the board, and for Elizabeth, right? Let's see if we can come up with like anything that makes sense. I mean, first of all, it just got to be said. I want to point out some like just pure tactical ideas, right? Like, unfortunately, you have to be very careful with how you're moving your pawns because, you know,
Yep.
bad stuff can happen to you, right? So here we go. So she can't really do c5 or c6. So this isn't that good and this isn't that good. So she's a little bit stuck, right? So that means like the other natural piece to think about is like this knight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there any point in trying to like maneuver him anywhere?
Or to c5, you can play f5 now just to wait. But then that gives the knight a very good outpost on b5. So, yeah, black really has to be careful on what she's going to do next.
Then maybe 8-5, right? I mean, I don't know. Does that make any sense, or does it not really?
Yeah, that's my initial thought. And then you can just play b6 and rerouting the knight to d7, c5. But is it that good? Or maybe because black has limited choices on what to make here, then you just come up with something like this?
Yeah, I'm thinking like, okay, like let's say a3, maybe like bishop d7. I'm just kind of curious. Like if I play like this, are you just going to keep on advancing on me, like with b4? And certainly feels a little uncomfortable as black. But, yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel very comfortable, does it? Maybe.
It's maybe better for black right now because the rook is
maybe we should go for this plan.
Yeah. If you cannot play in the center, you just go to the side.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look too terrible, right? Okay. Well, we're going to see, but Elizabeth definitely has some work cut out for her. Okay. So should we just take a look at the Muzichuk matchup? Because that will tell us a lot about what they're planning to do in this match. And interesting. So they have spent about the same amount of time. And I feel like I don't have any information yet on what is going on in this between them. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like based on this opening, I mean, it's not really Anna's repertoire exactly. I mean, it's kind of a known equalizing line that Maria is playing, but then there's the aggressive move h4. So is this like real aggression or not? You know, that's the question. Or are we on our way to like some kind of pretty forced draw? So, okay, so e5. I mean, it certainly looks very sharp, right? I mean, white's not castled. And you definitely risk something playing this way.
Also possible that white will not castle, just put the king on f1 and then bishop d3 coming, g4, rook g1, g5. Probably this is the sort of plan that white is looking for. And also after bishop d3, you can drop it back to c2 or something, and then queen d3 and creating some battery over h7 square. You know, it's well, if it's not a forced draw, I'm sure this is going to be a very dynamic
yeah. I don't know, I'm looking at their body language, and it does feel like
they're very calm, yeah?
But no, I think they're thinking, actually. Like, if you look at Maria, who she does not look like someone who knows exactly what her next move is going to be. Maybe, I don't know how good of a reader I am, you know? Honestly, I feel like maybe it's kind of easy to trick me. I'm a little naive, but it does look like she's like really thinking now. And one of the typical moves in this position definitely has to be like f6, right? Like you have to think about that move if you're black. Just striking in the center right away.
Or probably just b6, bishop b7, because you want to, or probably you don't need to play f6. You can play rook e8, knight f8 if necessary, and just have a good control over the center. Yeah, but definitely black has to be careful, because otherwise white will just force to do something. Like I like this g4, g5 idea if black allows that.
Let's give a try to this move. So what's wrong with it? I mean, is it like bishop c4? Something like this, maybe. kind of saying like, hey, I'm just kind of ready to capture back with my knight and everything is good. Yeah, perhaps that is the point.
Yeah. And she played b6.
She went for b6. Nice. So let's put that move on the board. b6. Yeah, well, this knight is a little passive, but I guess, and you know, okay, this rook is probably going to come out to defend that knight. So the question for white, okay, bishop d3 is the most active, right? Let's just go bishop d3.
And bishop b7.
And now we have a lot of moves. I mean, queen f4, queen e3, and rook h3. But of course, where is the attack, though? Where is it going to come from?
To me, it looks a little bit too... the pieces are too much reduced. So I don't think white can actually accelerate some attack because there are simply not enough pieces on the board.
Well, that's bad news for white, right? Because white has certain defects in their position, like this backwards pawn, like the fact that like we don't know what we're doing with our king. So when you play like this as white and you don't get an attack, it actually works out usually quite dangerously for you. You know, that's why I'm feeling like, well, where is white's attack exactly? You know, I mean, okay, bishop d3 looks normal. Black is playing very solid. Bishop b7, and you can't get this pawn going. I mean, you can't castle anymore. And even if even if you guard the knight, that's fine. But still, like it's very hard to get this plan in.
Right.
Right. And I feel like at some point they really will strike you with f6. I know I haven't made it work so far, but like, okay, how about now? I still want to do my idea. How is it so bad? How is it so bad to attack the center?
Probably rook g3 right now because queen h6 is a threat.
Yeah, and I have to go, and then you're going to like start taking advantage of these squares,
right,
yeah?
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, this is a big threat. So I guess, all right, so that means, should I go king h8? But then king h8 like is still always hard to play f6, right? So I don't know, maybe I'm wrong in like trying to get this idea to work. There's certainly other ideas, right? I mean, like you can certainly just go rook c8, you know, and like queen c7 and queen c3. Like black can just play on the c file.
Yeah, whatever there's rook g3, just play king h8. But at least now you still have the pawn on f7, so g6 is not a weakness.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, if you're not getting your attack, like, what's the point of white's whole setup here?
Right.
But okay, no, I mean, it does look like we're seeing a game that can go in an interesting direction here. All right, so then we got Zhu Janair and Tan Zhangyi. And I think this is definitely one of the most competitive matchups. Like you can see that there are some of the higher rated players in this tournament. So what do we have? We have a Petrov. All right, Tan is playing the Petrov, and here we go. We've definitely seen some games in this tournament in this line. It kind of looks like, for some reason, I'm even thinking Anna Muzichuk versus Ushanina. That ring a bell? Was it this line? It feels like very similar.
Very, very similar.
It's not exactly the same, but yeah. Anna had like a pawn that she was able to move up. So here you can see that the H pawn has become a G pawn. All right, rook e8, bishop d6, queen b3. Okay. So what does white have? Well, white has better access to e5 than they used to. They have this attack on b7, if you can call it that. I guess you can.
Which at some point I think that will be pushed.
Yeah, I mean, so how are we going to defend this pawn? Are we going to play b6, allowing queen b5?
Or what if knight f5, knight c4? But then you just take on e8 first, and there's no rook b8 anymore. Yeah.
So knight a5, knight c4. Okay, well, let's try it. Let's try it. Yeah.
Or maybe if you want to keep an eye on b7, you have to play queen b4 here, and then I can just play b6 then, because the queen is better, I guess, on b3 than on b4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be doing on b4 exactly. I mean,
oh, but there is knight e5.
There's knight e5, and even that, I'm not sure.
And queen f5, yeah.
Not even sure. Like you might. Okay, let's go back to the middle of the board where I feel a little safer.
And knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4, right? And I guess this is the point where I'm going to be like thinking about b3, or actually
knight e5.
yeah, maybe I should just go for this.
And then have a pawn on the center of the board then.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, no, this is definitely
maybe a little bit better for white. No?
Yes,
because this pawn is better than that pawn.
Yeah, totally.
Look at that.
And you can even just play something like f3, king f2, and then somehow attack along the h file.
I mean, it's not like, it doesn't feel like it should be a winning advantage, right?
Not,
but like, I guess there's something to work with here. Okay. So there's also the move, like, I was kind of curious about b3 in this position. b3 and like trying to come in with the knight.
And probably just queen f5 here, try to exchange this. f6 is coming.
Yeah, it looks okay for black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, well, I think Tan's position is pretty solid at the moment, and but you know, she also has like some little problems to solve. So let's see what else we got. Oh, here we go. Oh, Polina Shuvalova versus Injak. All right, let's take a quick look. This seems like it was some kind of a... Ah, okay. No, I didn't guess that. Yeah, she likes to play this line against the Reti.
Mm-hmm.
Polina, the most solid line for black. And, okay, Teodora plays c3. Not so familiar with this. I mean, obviously... Okay, interesting concept, right?
c6
like,
and c5 here.
Yeah. Yeah, why black decided to give away the pawn, we don't know, but I guess she thinks she's going to be getting it back, but, you know, there's still, like, some work to be done, right?
Mm. Yeah, totally.
And queen c7.
Bishop f4.
Oh, good move. That's a problem, isn't it?
Mm.
Hitting the queen, okay.
So it's not actually very easy to get it back. If you play knight e4 here,
then maybe even bishop e3.
just bishop e3, yes.
Yeah, it's a little strange what Polina did. I mean, because knight d2, it's not like the most aggressive move on the board that should like provoke you to go crazy with c5 and dropping that pawn. And
if you want to, you can just play knight a6 first here, yeah, preparing for the c5, or rerouting the knight to c7 and so on. Yeah, it's a curious decision that Shuvalova made in
yeah,
this
because
position.
also like once the pawn takes, you know, the ironic thing is like the knight actually really has a good place to go to.
Right. And that's
So-
actually, even without c5, I think the knight wants to go there anyway.
Yeah, so now she's thinking, all right, well, we will see. I mean, Teodora, she beat Alexandra Kostenyuk, so she definitely is,
On the roll.
yeah, she's definitely an underrated player. Let's take a look at, let's see if we can find anything interesting here from the women. Okay, let's take a look at Eileen Robbers versus Harika. This looks like, okay, if we had to guess the opening.
Sveshnikov.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. But it's a little
But
bit
it's
of
not,
an
is it?
unusual Sveshnikov.
Yeah.
Ah, it's because it's the knight b1 line. Okay, cool. So we have a Sveshnikov from Harika. Yeah, one of the interesting things about Harika is like her opening repertoire is really diverse.
Yeah, I
You know?
agree.
I mean, she must be one of the most diverse players out there, which is kind of a testament to how much she works on chess, because you can't really play all that many things without like a lot of work. And definitely against e4, it's even like wider than usual, you know, her opening repertoire. So I've never seen her play the Sveshnikov. I've seen her play other Sicilians, and obviously a lot of other different things, the French, right? But I haven't really seen the Sveshnikov. And then she trots it out at like the World Cup.
Yeah, she's one of these players. I think it's a nightmare to prepare against because even as a black player, you know, it's very hard to prepare against Harika. And if she's playing as a, you know, with white pieces, it's even more, it's even worse because she just can play anything: e4, d4, knight f3, or c4.
Yeah, she plays a lot of things. Yeah. Well, interestingly, I mean, I've been mostly white against her in my recent games, you know, so it's been easier. But yeah, like one time, actually in the world championship, like she kind of surprised me playing e4 on the first move, you know, and it's like and you know, she seemed to know some stuff. Of course, she's not exactly like an e4 player as white, you know, and it's very hard to pick that up when you haven't been playing it from, you know, childhood. So, but she did try that. So here, you know, white plays this new move, knight b1, right? We know like the main lines with knight here or bishop takes f6, but knight b1, I can't think of a single game that I know in this line, Irene, but I do know that this move has kind of entered modern theory. Yeah, it definitely looks unusual, right? Like just stepping back with a knight from the fork like that. Okay. So bishop e7, takes. I mean, we're seeing like a lot of the similar ideas that we see in the normal Sveshnikov, the occupation of the outpost square, castles, bishop c4. A bishop g5, and how are we going to get this knight out? c3. Bishop e6. Queen d3. I mean, all looking very normal, right?
Right.
Rook b8, and are we finally going to see knight d2? Nope. We see bishop b5 on the board. Okay.
And this is the current position. Yep. Yeah, so Harika just has to decide what to do with this knight, whether to move it to e7. I don't see any other way, actually, because you cannot really protect it. Or can you? You can. Queen c8, but...
It looks so ugly.
Yeah,
like,
it looks so
you
ugly.
might just die playing that move, right? I mean... The thing with that move is like you're so scared about that fork, you know, and it's just like, oh, thank God my bishop is still there, but what if it gets attacked? So I really don't see her doing that. I mean, unless there's like a big problem with this move. So let's try to figure this out. Is there a big problem with the move knight e7? Because isn't this like the Sveshnikov dream to play that move?
Maybe just take on b4, yeah? Take on b4, and then you have to take the knight on d5 with the bishop.
Or not. Or you can give up a pawn and play like d5, but maybe that doesn't work, right? Just tactically. But I mean, like sort of positionally, I mean, I agree with you. We're probably gonna have to take this knight, but like, just like positionally, you know, sometimes you can offer up the queenside pawns to go here, but here it just doesn't work because I think there's a fork in the end, right? Unfortunately, you can't even go for this because there's the fork. But if it was this position, I feel like this we could at least talk about, you know, like with the two bishops, kind of like, is there compensation or not? But I mean, okay, even here would be still tough to prove. But yeah, so taking on b4, and now we got to get rid of your knight. So you want to take with the bishop, yeah?
Yeah. Otherwise, if taking with the knight, then the bishop on e6 will still be threatened. And this position.
It's kind of nice and sharp.
I think
really
this is
double-edged.
Yeah, really double-edged. And I don't know. You don't need to actually protect the b4 pawn anyway, because d5 pawn is kind of weak, and f5, f5, e4, bishop f6, things like that is surely what black has in mind right now.
I kind of like black's chances in this position because, I feel like black will probably be needing to drop that pawn at some point, right? Like not make too much of an effort. But their knight is really nicely placed, threatening that. It's, you know, and I think this like long-term plan, just kind of like putting all your chips for the kingside play.
Right.
So
well, now, if they're going to this position, it's going to be very exciting indeed.
Yes. Yep. I mean, is there much of a choice? Like, so Harika is still thinking, right? So she's thinking how to deal with this attack on her knight.
Yep. Anyway, while she's dealing with that, I think this is our cue for our first break. And after the break, we will come back to the open session. And actually, during the break, we will see any interesting developments in both open and women's sections. So don't go anywhere. We will be coming back soon.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Hər damlasında həyat var.
On the coast of the Caspian Sea, the spectacular city of Aktau, the largest, competitive, impressive, World Schools Chess Championship. "400 participants, 70 teams, 53 countries, 4 days of intellectual battles. We discover, we assist, we make friends, we have fun, we are trends, we play, we try, we win, we are young, we are future, we are chess.
Welcome back, and we are moving on to the second hour of the games, and we've seen so many interesting developments in both sections. But first, I think we're going to see this game, right, Irina? Peter Svidler versus Abbas of Nijat, the only Azerbaijan player in the field in round 4.
Yeah, let's get caught up on that game. We last saw it after bishop g4, and we were wondering how Peter would react. He played knight f3, knight d7, bishop d3 castles. He got the bishop to trade itself for the knight. And then he goes for the aggressive move g4, right? I guess we should mention again that pawn is still not hanging because every time you take it, there's a discovery against the bishop, and then you capture back with the knight. So white could not have taken that pawn. He goes g4. And of course, if I am black here, I'm basically going to be calculating every single chance. Like, can I play this move?
To exchange some stuff,
Yeah, but I guess I can't, right? Because at some point this pawn will hang. Like, I mean, just for example, you know, if I take and, you know, unfortunately there's like a hanging pawn, right? So that's why I guess we see that, you know, in general in these structures, black does like to have a pawn on c6. And he goes for c5. That's a different plan. So he's not going for knight e4 ideas. And, okay, how about castle's queenside here? Oh, wow. Okay.
Didn't happen.
No, he castled kingside after playing g4. Wow.
So I think this g4 is giving us some mixed feelings, because usually this is the sign that you want to go for an attack on the king side. But turns out g4, short castle. Peter says, I'm fine. The king side is fine for me. I can just safely put my king on the g1, and I don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I mean, okay, castle's queenside, of course, would have been super double-edged, and I think there's just a lot of moves that are possible after that, including even like c4, b5 ideas, right? So in a way, I mean, castle's short seems to be like the safe move for him.
Yep.
But then you really have to wonder, right? I mean, wait, like, let's just think about that. If you wanted to play it safe, like, why would you play g4 in the first place?
Right, yeah.
You could have just castled, right?
Also, potentially there is some change in the plans, and we see in the camera how Peter is currently pondering about the situation. Maybe there's some regret on his face. What's your read about it?
Yeah, well, I can't read anything because he's got half his face covered with his hand. Now he's like looking up at us so we can look at him better. He's like, hey, do you see us there, Svidler? Yeah. It really felt like he was looking at us.
No,
okay.
He looks like, he doesn't look like comfortable. I don't know, something's happening for sure. Like, I think this is the development that maybe he didn't expect it, but I can hardly say so, because a player such as Peter Svidler, of course, he foresees that c4 is coming.
Wow, okay. So Bashev did go for c4, certainly an ambitious kind of approach. I don't necessarily think it's that great, like, because so he's closing the center, right? He's closing the center with a c4 move, and then he puts the knight blocking the b pawn. So I do kind of have to wonder, like, what all of that is about. Well, I guess the answer is he wants to go knight e4, this move that we've been kind of mentioning, and he's not able to do it yet because the pawn is hanging. So he goes to protect the pawn, and I think that he's kind of getting ready for that. That must be, and now Svidler must just be thinking, okay, what do I do? Now, I think there's a lot of things he can do, including just pulling the bishop back, right?
Yeah, I think so too. But this is surely the point of the interview later. If Michael is able to interview Peter Svidler after the game, I would be really curious to listen what he says about this g4, whether he missed something during his calculation, or maybe he's fine with it.
Yeah, I think he's fine with it, because this could all backfire for black, like closing the center, and like white can still get their attack. You know what's interesting is I think like bishop g3 would be completely obvious, right? But black must be counting on the move bishop b4. Like, if it's not bishop b4, I don't even see what black is playing for here. He must be going for this in order to kind of take the knight and then go for knight e4.
That's an interesting point indeed, yes. And what about after bishop e5 here? Maybe you can just go back knight d7, or no, that's not an option because d5 is hanging. So.
Maybe you still go. I mean, maybe you still go for like bishop c3 and knight e4. I mean, we're just gonna have to try it. I have no idea how this is gonna work out, but let's do it.
Yeah, and after you take twice, you cannot take it twice because there's
Yeah.
f6. Yeah, so
Typical little tactical point for these queen's gambit positions, guys, is that you cannot take that pawn because you lose your bishop. So let's go back. You know, this is like an old Botvinnik idea, you know, like the fight for the e4 square where you trade
Right.
off this bishop on b4. So what else can Svidler be thinking about? So, okay, there's bishop g3. So let's just make sure we really understand. Like, let's say I play like rook here. Like, knight e4 is the coming move, right? Just to show people, like, this is the whole big idea. Opening up the attack on that bishop, and then basically black is super centralized, and I don't know, it looks quite comfortable here.
Yeah.
I would not be sad to be black.
yeah, I think g4 is a bit too committal, and especially if you don't come up with the right plan after that. Yeah, look at that. Look at Svidler.
Yeah, it's interesting how he's thinking, right?
Yeah,
Because
that's true.
why he's so he's just bothered by bishop g3, bishop b4. And also he must be bothered by something else.
Yeah,
The
otherwise
way
he
he
wouldn't.
keeps looking around, something is bothering him, you know? Yeah, there's that expression usually means like something is, there's some kind of noise in the tournament hall or something. But, okay, let's not speculate because we don't really know. So, okay, what other ideas do we have? G5, I don't think so. G5, yeah, G5, I mean, first of all, they could take probably and play knight e4, but I suppose he actually could look at that, right?
Yeah, just takes and knight
takes.
e4. Yeah,
Bishop f4.
That's so nice. And preparation of king h1, rook g1.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like this G file and with this knight away from the king side, it could work out quite nicely, right? I mean, it's not obvious how to neutralize this. And actually, I am threatening to take now. So this, like, so that's what he's thinking about, right? It's should he just go for G5? Because G5 is a very direct move.
Yeah, going all in.
So let's say I go knight e4. Okay, you want to tell me that's losing, but how? Why is it so terrible? Why is it so bad, Irene?
Yeah, I saw.
I mean, there's a lot of
here.
cool ideas, right? But like, I can't just sack my piece. Like, I can't just give you my bishop on h4, and
Don't think so. Yeah.
that doesn't seem to work. Because, like, you know, your queen can always like come in, and
g5 even.
yeah, even g5, right? So, knight e4. Why? What is the refutation here?
Probably g6. G6 takes.
G6. Oh, interesting. G6.
Yeah, and you cannot really
Wow.
take on h4 because you take on f7 and e4.
So, like, if I take, you take, and you are certainly better.
Better, yeah.
Because you get the d5 pawn. So g6 is really interesting. You know what can I play, okay, what can I do? Knight f6? Is that like a move? Just go back?
I can just take on f7, and I think the position is pretty good.
Just-
King h1 or something. Yeah.
You're just kind of attacking for
Yeah.
free, so I can't even do that. Okay. Well, in that case, how about I just take here? Yeah, I just
I think
realized
that's-
I can do that.
Yeah, I think you should take anyway. And yeah, g6 is probably nothing, but it's a move that you have to calculate anyway.
You do. And so what other moves do we have here for white? That's the big question. Yeah, Svidler?
No, I think he's binge watching too much, because he said in his interview that he didn't actually prepare against these guys, because it's just almost impossible to guess what they're doing even on the first move. So instead, he's just binge watching some TV shows.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because he does seem like, I mean, the body language seems a little bit uncomfortable or something. Yeah. But you know, it could be just a show. Maybe he just loves his position a lot, and he's rubbing his eyes for some other reason than being tired. So his opponent looks pretty comfortable though.
Yeah.
But
I'm sure he has, Abbasov has some confidence boost, especially after beating Anis Giri in the tiebreaks. So taking on another 2700 is something that is quite normal for him nowadays.
Well, I'm fascinated by this position because I see that like somehow white is supposed to have an edge here, and yet we haven't been able to find it, and I really want to find it. Could it be, you know what I'm just thinking? Maybe we just take the center pawn and just to play with our bishop pair, Irene.
Knight takes.
Knight takes and like bishop takes, and then just, you know, pull the bishop back to g3. And here's our advantage. There we go. Bishop pair, stronger center, b7 is hanging. And yeah, so we gave up on the king side attack, but we just got a lot of other advantages.
Right.
I think that's it. We found it. I like to find things.
That's a very good find, Irina. Yes, I approve.
Yeah, sometimes it's very simple. You know, like we wanted to checkmate this king. That's the thing. That's what led us on the wrong track, right? But in reality, you can just play simple positional chess. So I like g5, and I hope that Svidler goes for it. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And I don't know what black is going to do on this move.
Yeah.
Here we go. So,
no, he's definitely thinking about it, but yeah, it's a question now how much further that he wants to go all in. Especially he already commits with the move g4, so g5, I think should be quite a natural reaction to follow it up.
Should we take a look at Gukesh Asipenko?
Yeah.
Let's resume our coverage of that after we last saw it after white played this b4 move, castles, and yeah, this was shaping up to be a very interesting strategic game. So knight g5 was played, actually like you were suggesting, going after this bishop. Oh, interesting. Well, it was a little different because we were looking actually.
Knight d7.
Yeah, bishop b2, knight d7, and then there was like no, it was kind of harder for that bishop to move away. So he goes knight g5 right away. Maybe he wanted the bishop to be here to control f4. Rook e8. It's interesting that Asipenko does not even try to hold on to this bishop, but okay, I think that's possible. And then he takes the bishop, one of black's advantages, and
preparing for f4.
Yeah,
maybe.
makes it pretty clear that he wants to play f4. And also, this knight will be rerouting to c4.
c4, e3. Yeah, this looks pretty comfortable for white. And at some point, the queen on b8 has to come back to the center. I guess queen e8 or queen d8 or things like that. Yeah.
So what do we think about this position? I mean, do we think that white can be better, or do we think that black is completely fine? And I guess the question is how black is getting this queen out, right?
Black's, I think, is completely fine. Yeah, and but still, there are still so many things coming up from this position. So I think it's fascinating to see both players. Both are very young still, and I think they're going to be very creative in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's an important point that black cannot really play b6 because I can take, and then my knight is not trapped because of b5. Yay, we saved him. So black has to like work a little bit on this. But yeah, I mean, white, basically is like going for these ideas, and then we'll see. We can come back to this game. We're getting a lot of requests to look at the game of Hikaru versus Prague. So let's do it. Yes. So that game was an English opening, like a symmetric English that goes into this kind of reverse dragon. And Hikaru, oh, right. So we talked about him playing this move early, trying to see what the point of that was. And then he shows us, because he moved his knight back immediately. And then he plays knight c4, right? So I'm not sure that this is actually a threat. Yeah, so black doesn't
not a
defend.
threat,
It's
yeah.
not, sometimes, by the way, guys, I remember studying this position at some point. There is a move bishop d7 here. If you think it's a threat, you can play bishop d7 to protect your knight, and then they definitely can't take. But it's kind of like you're wasting a valuable tempo, right? So, I think the theory says like you don't actually have to be worried about white taking this knight and then that pawn.
Because there's also bishop h3, and
Yeah.
then all the light squares will be very weak for white.
Yeah, there's a lot of compensation, but still that was sort of a turning point, right? Like a crossroads for black, how to respond to knight c4, but he castled and Hikaru castled. But you kind of have to keep looking at that pawn, right? So he finally protects it. And then Hikaru goes for f4, which is a typical idea. And now when they take, I guess you're taking with the bishop, right? I think, yeah, you have to, I guess, prioritize piece development. And yes, this position looks kind of familiar to me. In general, black is doing completely fine. Bishop d2, bishop d7 now. Yeah, I mean, why would black not be fine, right? Like everything is in the center. White doesn't really have a space advantage, and you've got like squares for your knights. Rook b8. Oh, rook b8 is interesting. He wants to go b5. And look at that. Hikaru going for e4.
And b5 is indeed on the board. And yeah, got a thing where this knight will move. e3 should be the natural move to make, but he's considering something else.
Well, the only thing that he could really be, thinking about is like, should I take the bishop and then move the knight, right?
Yeah, otherwise after knight e3, then maybe the bishop escapes to d6.
And then e5? Even?
e5.
Yeah, like bishop d6 and then to e5.
Oh, bishop e5, yeah. Yeah.
Interesting, okay. Well, let's take a look at this trade. So first of all,
Queen takes.
Yeah, queen takes is sort of obvious, and then knight e3. And okay, you're heading for these squares. I could probably go queen d6. That doesn't look too bad. I can also go knight d4.
the
Doesn't
other
look too
knight,
bad. Yeah, it doesn't look bad in any case, right? I mean, maybe this move, like, yeah, you can even do that. I mean, you really can.
Knight d5.
Because, you basically got all these squares. I can't say, guys, I like where Hikaru is going with this. I kind of feel, like I said, this is one of the most interesting matchups for me, and I think that Prague is going to be a dangerous opponent. And I definitely like the position that he has created so far, because there's chances to win when there's weaknesses on the board, right? Weak pawns, king is a little weak, squares in the center, right? And that just feels like, and it's very stable for Prague. It doesn't feel like a super difficult position to play.
Yeah. If anything, I think it is Hikaru who is doing some offer push here, because as with the black pieces, Prague is definitely doing very solid and fine here, and I think he's just waiting for Hikaru's ideas, where you're going to go, and I will just follow or anticipate. So, yeah.
If he goes knight e3, then I certainly would think about just like improving this bishop and like letting your knight in and then just bringing it here. Because it's like, well, the bishop looks pretty impressive on e5.
And after bishop c3, and then just put the knight on d4.
Yeah, or, I basically can just ignore it, right? Because there's no threat. Like, I don't even mind you taking me. I don't know. Black has to work to win. But, if you think about it, guys, I'll give you a helpful thing to notice. It's this bishop here, right? There is a bad piece on the board. There's only one bad piece on the board, and it belongs to white. And there's only one weak pawn on the board, and it belongs to white.
And the king as well.
Yeah, the king is weaker than black's king as well.
And he took it. He took on e7.
Yeah. I think that's a good call by Hikaru. I think at least getting the bishop off the board is a good idea. Less chance of total domination on the dark squares. Okay, Magnus has come over to look at their game. And, all right, so we're going to probably see queen e7 because I don't see any reason like why this knight would want to move backwards.
Exactly. That knight belongs on the center, either on d4 or e5.
And then black just has a very big choice, right? Maybe this is not as accurate because after knight d5, like let's say queen d6, like maybe now you might actually have to
bishop f4.
Yeah, you have to like kind of deal with this change in pawn structure, although still looks fine for black. What other ideas is there? It could be there be b4 here. That might be the issue. So you kind of need to watch out for that little move. It still doesn't even feel like a big deal, but still you have to kind of watch out. So he might want to just be careful about moving this knight.
Right, yes. And the other knight.
So what do we have here? We have a pretty placid looking position here on move 16. So white goes rook d3.
There might be just some broadcast error.
Yeah, that's a broadcast error.
No, it's not really a blunder.
Yeah, no, because rook d3, rook takes, and rook d1 certainly did not happen.
Yeah, surely
guys,
not happening.
This, once we actually see the moves, we can tell. So actually, probably queen d3 is what actually was played. Can we tell? Who do we have on there? It's kind of hard to see.
We can switch to another game while we're solving on this one. Yes, so we can take a look at.
But most likely, this one will be a draw. Actually.
Yeah, this still look like a very equally position for sure. I wonder if this game number 10, Sukandar versus Ergaisi, the two youngsters match up.
Okay, let's
take a look. I think it's going to be very deep in preparation.
Oh yeah, that's an exciting Sicilian. Okay, so
but Irina, look at the time. Sukandar only has 26 minutes left on the clock, and they still have to make lots of moves, 25 more moves to the next time control.
Well, let's see what Ergaisi surprised him with. So we have this popular line. Definitely, it's actually one of the lines that Harika has been playing as well as black. And okay, so Ergaisi goes for queen c7, which is like the older, more popular move. And bishop b7 is also being played these days. Queen c7 f4, queen b6. Oh, he doesn't go queen b6, so he goes rook b8. Yeah, I cannot say I know much about this rook b8 move.
Yeah, queen b6 is the old main line.
Yeah, queen b6 is like, this famous line, guys, where you go c4
and king goes to
f3, and you go to e2 because you can't like block the check normally because of that square. So that's sort of like what makes this line like very famous, right? Is that there's white king is coming out to e2, and like you said, very often it goes to f3 later on. So instead of that, he goes rook b8. All right, so let's just go c4 without thinking. No, you can't.
a3.
Okay, well, what's wrong with this move? What's the big deal? Why can't you just play the critical looking c4?
I think bishop b4 has to be played. Yeah,
bishop b4, but
I think that's
bishop
the whole idea
d2
of
and knight e3 or something. Like if I go here, you're going to go in with this, right? Going to use your tricks.
Or I think you can play queen b6.
Queen b6.
If you, maybe not. But it looks interesting that, queen e3 is there. But there should be some calculation there.
Okay, and my final attempt in this position for black, if I had to like make another guess. If I had to make another guess, it would be
take on f4.
Take on f4, bishop takes b4, rook b4. I mean, it's still not that clear, but
That will be, I think that will be the move. Like, because after takes queen d2, you have queen a5 maybe. Oh, maybe you're not taking it. e5 is hanging.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a very cool intermezzo before taking on b4. Yeah. And the knight cannot go to d6 because it's currently pinned.
Yep. Here we go. Okay, so that's the problem with bishop d2. Okay, so that's why, I guess you could basically
play
king
e2
here or king even f2.
King e2, bishop a6, then king f3.
I wonder, what if about king f2?
Check on b6, and then king
just
f3.
king
Yeah?
f3. All right. Well, he decided he didn't want, to allow the check, so he went here, and after queen a5, what are we gonna do? Bishop d2 or c3? c3. Okay. And queen b6.
Oh, actually, there's a cool line. If after bishop d2, you can just play queen a4 maybe, because it's a double attack on knight e4 and pawn on b2. This position is very dynamic.
It's very complicated.
And complicated, yes.
Yeah, it's
I
very
agree. C4 is
complicated.
there too. Many things to calculate.
But it's interesting that he kind of got white not to go c4 for a while, right? Because, I mean, this is definitely the main idea. If you don't remove this knight, you're not going to have any advantage. So did he ever get to play c4 or not?
I think eventually, yeah.
Okay. So white also loses a tempo here with queen e2 and basically has to move the queen again. Still not castling, still hasn't played c4, but he wants to play c4. c4 is coming. And I finally...
He allows it.
He allows it. Now the knight's going to go back to c7.
F5 is a common
Ooh,
reaction to this
F5.
c4, yes. So it's always happening.
Yeah.
I think I had one game like this with the same structure, of course, different move orders back in Olympiad in Chennai 2022. And the game ended with a draw, surprisingly. Or maybe not surprisingly, because there are so many force line in this Sicilian that leading to a draw line.
Yeah, I mean, if white takes, I guess black just takes. And the problem here for white is that white can't castle. And it's also hard to get the bishop out because of that pawn. So basically, black just, even though both kings are in the center, black is okay, yeah?
Yeah. And one little nuance in this position is that you have to have the queen on d3 for black to play f5. Otherwise, there is queen h5, and it will be unpleasant. So that is why black was just kind of waiting for this move to be played. Having the queen on d1 would be quite a suicidal, because then queen h5 is there. But
so
now
F5,
queen is in
yeah,
d3.
it's very thematic, yeah? You're basically using that chance to kick away this knight. And then Javo here went knight f2. And I think that is our current position. So he's way behind on the clock, almost an hour. Not great news for him. Okay, so he's definitely been kind of caught out. In Erigaisi's better preparation, I would say that's sort of ideal.
Right.
You have such a huge lead on the clock and a complicated position where I guess you're just doing fine.
And I think objectively speaking, the position is also totally fine for black in this position. So
He still has to solve the problem of this knight. So I'm curious how he's going to do that. What do you think?
I think he is now allowed to play knight e7, because d6 is no longer a threat, with the idea of c5 and knight c6. Because I don't see other maneuver that you can do with the knight. Okay, you can safely put it on c7, but what is the future of that knight?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is definitely the big question black is facing, because if you go to c7 and I castle, well...
You can still play bishop c5. I mean, black's position is very playable. But then if you want to castle d7, you have to think about the d7 pawn.
I mean, is there anything else I can do with this knight? Can I just be going to a6? Can I try to kind of head in here?
I think I can... Can I play bishop e3? I don't know. This position is so
Yeah, you
complicated.
can, because I certainly cannot take the b2 pawn. I have to do something else. But I might have queen b3, you know?
Queen b3, queen d2, and if you take on b2, I take on a5. Oh, c4 is hanging, sorry.
Yeah, so it's very complicated. So knight c7 seems like a move. And knight c7, let me just see, castles, there might be other ideas. One of the typical ideas is always g5, right? But is this possible at this moment? Maybe not yet, right? You can't just throw away the pawn. And
No. Also, you don't need to take it immediately. Rook d1 would be, I think, a pretty good move
Yeah.
there. d7 is hanging. And after you play rook d8, yeah, you can take on g5. Yeah, I don't think so.
then
I don't
you
think
can take
g5
it.
is,
Yeah. Okay, so What else can we do? Well, we can play bishop c5. Yeah, bishop c5. But then you kind of wonder what this knight is doing here. All right, what's the future for this piece? On the other hand, white also has trouble like developing this bishop, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's still, and I cannot even play king h1 easily.
Yeah, the f2 knight is hanging.
So there's that. Okay, and then there's going to e7. And there's going to e7. And maybe just going to like g6 and maybe even to h4.
Yeah, that's true.
So basically, Arjun has kind of a big decision to make here where it's like, it's tricky because I think both ways are possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he's going to think a little bit about that. All right, let's see what else we got today. We have a pretty placid looking endgame between Wang Hao and Rasmus Swane. So whenever I see this, I'm always like, oh, it's just going to be a draw and let's move on. So I think that's...
Yeah, but I think white is pressing because white
I
has
think
more
so.
control on the queen side.
Yeah, bishop c4, yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, he'll try to take over rook a7 or something. But, yeah, usually these things, they do peter out, you know, because black's position essentially looks pretty sound. And I wouldn't even be surprised if, like, bishop d7 was possible here as well. I don't know. Seems, what do you think? It's why am I doing that? There's bishop d5. If I want to trade...
Yeah, if you want to trade, that's a better way. Okay, you have to take, of course.
And then you're going to go for like this, and you're going to
and rook
invade.
a7.
And then I'm going to go like c5, and we're going to make a draw.
Oh, e7. Yeah, this is also quite choice.
You know. Okay, we move on. See, guys, sometimes we can be fast about our evaluations. Let me try to find the most interesting game. Should we look at Magnus's game?
Yeah, that's it.
It's not the most interesting, I have to tell you, but it's Magnus's game, so that ups the interest factor.
Mm-hmm.
So when we last saw Magnus's game, it was a while ago, and we were wondering where he would go with his bishop, right? Remember this position like long ago? Yep. So he did go
bishop
to e5. And look whose idea he used.
Oh, he's listening to you.
Yeah. So I remember someone suggesting this h3 move to try to get the bishop away. All right, knight f6, and then he got the bishop away. That was my thinking here. Castles and a3. Okay, so I mean, there's not much going on yet. So he's basically not going for this f3 plan. It's unusual square. Unusual square for the bishop going to d8, for sure. Knight g3. And bishop c7. Okay, interesting. So knight f5, he wants to go queen d8. Oh, no, he just wants to trade, yeah. He wants to trade. Queen e6. Knight g3. Well, why is he doing that? Because knight e4 is coming. So he doesn't want to allow that. I mean, I guess you can ask the question of like f3. That would have been a
yeah, that would be
serious
critical.
question. Right.
I agree.
But you know why he didn't? Because of this pawn.
Yeah, I think Keimer doesn't want to play any committal moves that's potentially weakening his position in the long term. So you have knight g3. Why are you playing f3, right?
Yeah, or like, and to make it even more specific, you know what I'm concerned about after f3 is that there's g6.
And text on h6.
And then just king g7, and I'm going to win this pawn and back in the end. You know, you're going to like go there, and actually black is like completely fine.
Yeah, I think losing for white.
So that's why Keimer didn't do that. So he played knight g3. Right, so he has nothing here. Black is like very comfortable. No, Magnus is very good at the queen's gambit declined. I think these positions do suit him. And in fact, you know, you can start playing these positions for a win for black.
Yep.
Which is what he's going to do. And wow, he has a lot more time than Keimer. So this is also really unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
You know, we're going to see this move in this game.
Yep.
It's Queen D6 happened first. Okay. So yeah, he's definitely thinking about that.
Yeah.
But it's interesting why he chose this move, right? Because, I mean, obviously White's going to get out of the pin. So why did he do that?
I think, King G1 is on the board. I think G6 is happening.
G6 and then H5. Yeah, good point.
King G7, just slowly bringing your little pieces there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So we have one result already in the women's section, and I think it's quite expected. It's between Tanzongi versus Zujiner. We saw the game was also quite drawn, straight out of Petrov opening. So they finished the game and will be playing the next one tomorrow.
Okay.
So just a friendly reminder to our dear viewers, the players here are playing the 2 classical matches, 90 minutes plus 30 seconds for each move, starting from move number 1. But if they complete 40 moves, then they will have another 30 minutes as the bonus time control. Yeah, that's what's happening, yeah?
Not much happened in this game.
Just keep, trades all the pawns and,
Okay.
Rook b6, and there you go. And there is a Sophia rule being enforced here, so the players cannot make any draw offer below 30 moves unless there are some repetitions happening on the board. But here in the game of Zujiner versus Tanzongi, they played for 32 moves already.
Let's take a look at Ju Wen-jun, the reigning women's world champion, against Elizabeth Patz. So, wow, it actually went quite similar to some things that we were thinking about, right? So after rook c1, Elizabeth went a6 instead of a5, rook e1, knight d7, takes. So Ju was like, the first to make a decision here about the pawns. And I would say it's possible, her decision, but also it does trade off her space advantage. And a5.
Oh, yeah, one little nice thing about taking on e6 is that Ju Wen-jun tries to ensure that she will have the d5 square if anything happens with e5. So, she's just trying to eliminate the possibility that probably, maybe not, but at some point, Black could potentially just close the position by playing e5 itself. But in this position, since one pawn is already traded off on e6, then e5 would have been weakening the d5 square.
All right. So after a5, b5, a3, okay. Knight e5, bishop b2, takes. So one thing that we did talk about earlier was like this opening of the a file and the rook being able to come in, and that's what we see. And are we going to see an f4 at some point? Not yet, right? Because she wants to protect the knight. So she goes here, knight f7. Well, knight f7 tells you that she was afraid of f4. Right, because there's no reason why you would do it unless you were concerned about f4 coming, so she gets out. So what do we think about this? I mean, White still has a space advantage. Black still has unresolved issues with their pieces, right? These are not the best. So basically, we have to give a preference to White. But how bad is this for Black? And how does White continue here? And White can always attack the rook. Well, the rook will move back somewhere. But it's unpleasant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's unpleasant when you have limited space for your pieces. But again, that is a very good question. How bad is actually this position for Black?
It's unpleasant because I think the White's main idea is c5. And I would not be surprised if we saw some sort of rook d1, knight b5, and c5 attempt. And maybe, we can look at this, right? Knight b5, rook a4, and c5 immediately. It's sort of like the most aggressive way of playing, right? So then I have to take, and then there might be a queen trade. And, I don't know, let's say rook takes, and pawn takes. So who gained from this? I guess this is okay for Black. At least their rooks are active. Right. So maybe we could have improved white's play a bit. And I don't know if they should rush into it, but I think that's kind of the main idea here for white. I don't really see white making progress anywhere because this move is like impossible to get in.
So probably knight b5, and after rook moves, just put the rook on e1 to d1. Yeah, preparing for c5. Also, it's good just to see what your opponent has in mind. Just to wait and see.
All right, let's take a look at how about Nino Batsiashvili versus Alexandra Gerechkina. And Gerechkina is certainly one of the big favorites in this tournament. Although her rating, is a little lower than at her peak, where she was over 2,600.
Right.
So I would say, well, I don't know. There's a whole discussion of rating deflation these days, right? So,
yeah.
And they're thinking about making updates to the rating system because I did notice, this was the really interesting things. Like, there's no one over 2,800 apart from Magnus, right? And like they can't get over 2,800. There used to be these people who used to be. Everyone's under,
Right.
and I guess that prompted this whole discussion about the rating system. Yeah, that's not something that affects my life too much, Irene. Like, wow, I can't get over 2,800. So let's take a look here. What kind of opening we had? Was this like, still can't tell what this was.
I think
Queen's
just Queen's
Gambit accepted?
Yeah.
All right. So bishop c4. Oh, but it's a Queen's Gambit. It's not a normal Queen's
It's
Gambit
Tarash.
accepted. It's from a Tarash move order. Right. Okay. That's how it became. So because that's why the white knight's already on c3, which is like not ideal. And so this is considered quite solid for black. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look. So all these moves are quite normal, and so I think Batsi is not really getting much out of the opening. Seems very comfortable for black in this isolated queen pawn. Rook c8 or something. Okay, she goes bishop f4. That's fine. Would I do that? Yeah, she wants the d6 square for the queen. Okay, I see. That's the point. There we go. Okay, interesting. She wants to go knight e4, I guess. Okay. At least she's getting some concessions from Gerechkina,
Yep.
She's making her give up this light squared bishop and, okay, and then when there's a trade, she doesn't have the isolated pawn anymore. So this looks okay for her. Yeah, actually, I would say that Nino has navigated this like quite okay because she really wasn't getting anything from the opening. And now it feels like, actually, black has to be more careful, right? I think. I mean, just because white has the c file. And rook c6. Yeah, rook c6 and queen b4. Rook c4, and Gerechkina doesn't even want to allow repetition, but I don't know that white would actually agree to one anyway. So after queen e7, let's think about what white is going to do. Well, white is probably going to just double up on the c file. And I have to say that it does feel easier for white. Still, I mean, the bishop is pretty good. So, like, let me try this move. I know you're going to go for your e5 stuff, right? That probably is your main counterplay. Unless you want to throw in knight f6. You could probably throw in knight f6 as well, and like maybe even knight d5. Or even e5 here. Like that. Seems quite reasonable. Yeah, Gerechkina's position is solid. It's solid, and despite white having the c file, and guys, like here is the key point, is that it's not easy for you to like just advance your pawn because you're going to run into trouble with your bishop. So that's just one example of what black can do, but I think that, you know, this sort of e5 play is a big part of Gerechkina's counterplay here. So I still think a draw is like the most likely result for this game. But there's still enough of an imbalance to make it interesting. So now, guys, we are going to go to a really interesting game, Robers versus Dronavali. Irene.
Yes, I'm back. Yes, so how does it look like now?
Yeah, well, we had that Sveshnikov, right? And there's like this big moment when White played Bishop B5. So what did Harika do? Oh, she went Knight A7.
Knight A7.
So she went kind of a different road than what we were thinking about, but also quite playable. And B3.
Oh, 1 second. It's a little draw over there. Like if you just put the bishop back to c4 after Knight A7, I think Harika would have repeated. Yeah, I think so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, well, White played C4, doesn't need a draw. And okay, I'm first of all, I have to say, I don't really understand what White is doing.
B3, I don't like B3 at all.
Because what is her bishop doing on B5? Like it's like almost trapped by these pawns. I mean, I guess you're saying that the knight also can't really enter the game. Yeah, you're saying like, okay, you're always going to trade. I get it. But if somehow Black was able to like get that knight back into the game, the bishop would be terrible.
You could easily do that by playing rook c5, knight c8, and knight e7 or something, right? B3, I think it's quite unnecessary because at some point maybe that is the place for your knight to attack on a5, and c4 is already overprotected anyway. So, yeah, maybe a little positional inaccuracy there by Irina.
Yeah. I mean, also she still has to like figure out what to do with this knight, right? Because even if it goes to d2, it's not like amazing. I guess it's going to try to go somewhere there. And Harika goes f5. So she doesn't, it's interesting, she doesn't focus on this knight. I mean, so like rook c5, do we like it there or do we like, where do we like this rook?
I have no preference actually, but it's just
because
c5
is
looks
interesting.
nice.
It looks nice. It also is like doesn't do much, but yeah, it's kind of stable. And then like knight d2, and then like knight
and now
c8.
maybe f5. Is f5 a move?
Yeah, it is a move actually.
And because you can trade on d5, and now the queen is not occupying d5, so probably rook c5.
Yeah, or just like let's just continue improving pieces. I don't know. It's complicated, but she goes for for f5 right away. So knight d2, but then you might take on d2 and then take on e4. So she takes on f5. I don't like giving that tempo away to Black. Doesn't that feel awkward?
It does look like Black is a bit better because of these activities.
Okay, and then she goes back. And how should we interpret this move? I mean, because she didn't have to go back at all, right? Like, so what's the idea of this bishop e6? Because I mean, taking is not really the point, is
F4, F4. That's the interpretation there.
Yeah. You think that she's trying to defend against this move?
Yes, I think so too. And after F4, EF, you can actually wait not to take it immediately. You can play knight d2, because at some point that will be fallen anyway. I think that's what Black is preparing for.
All right, bishop e6. Rook d1. Wow, really? You know what is surprising to me? Like no one wants to try to develop their pieces, but maybe knight d2. Knight d2. The problem is like that there's this, and like rook c2, right?
That would be nasty.
Yeah, she probably didn't like that. And also the rook has that square as well. So that's why she went rook d1. But yeah, Harika, I think, is managing to play this game quite well.
Yeah, I think b3 looks like a natural looking move, but I think it's a decisive positional mistake there. Not only that it's quite committal, giving the c3 square in the long term, but also wasting some time, because it's important for White to play energetically and get all the pieces out and start attacking somehow. So
you know what's interesting is that this knight is still on b1. Like it never moved, right? Like the moment it went there, it never has actually been able to develop, which I think could be a bad sign for White.
Yep. Well, I guess many of the games here will still have many developments and interesting nuances. So we will come back soon after our second break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
And we are back. The third hour in the game. Things are definitely heating up right now. And let's quickly take a look at our world number one, Magnus Carlsen, playing against German champion Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, let's take a look. He is definitely using his experience in the Queen's Gambit declined, I think, to get a very comfortable position. And of course, we last saw it when there was this pin, King G1 and A5. So actually Magnus decided, we thought he would be kind of playing more on the king side, but he decided to strike from the queen side, A5, Queen B1. Maybe, I kind of wonder, well, I guess he just didn't want to trade and then go there because of B5, and maybe he thought he wouldn't have enough targets there, so he went here right away, allowing this capture. And knight C4, yes, we have to calculate small tactics, like you can't take the poisoned pawn because you would lose your queen. So basically Magnus is saying, okay, I want to capture this pawn back and then just have a positional advantage because your A pawn is weak, right? And it definitely feels like very comfortable. And it's interesting because the engine is kind of giving this as balanced. But I mean, if you're white, like, I think you're feeling kind of uncomfortable here. I mean, because, you know, you failed at getting anything, like even any semblance of any pressure on black in this whole game. And black is basically, he's able to, you know, even play on the queen side where white is usually trying to play.
Right.
And so, you know, normally, I mean, in these positions, it's like white is the one who needs to try to get this move in, create like a weak pawn on C6 and target that. Instead, he winds up being forced into this trade. And after knight C4, queen B4, rook A5, then he, I mean, basically he's going to be trying to save this game by playing the pawn to A4, right? So he's probably going to be trading the queens, knight takes, and A4 would be my guess, right? I don't think he has a whole lot of choice and something like that.
Yeah. Wow, so he's definitely pressing with the black pieces here. And meanwhile, Irina, we have another result in the... This one is in the open section. The reigning World Cup champion, Jan Krzysztof Duda, drew his games against Bahram Maksudlu. I think we haven't seen the game yet.
Yeah, usually when the game is over in 2 hours and it ends in a draw, it usually just means like you can just not look at it.
Yeah, it
you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, it only took a couple of hours and now it's over. So, you know, that usually means there wasn't a whole lot of action in it. But okay, let's see if this is an exception. Jan Krzysztof Duda, so they agreed to a draw because it was black's turn and he was going to be taking the pawn. Yes, super exciting stuff. All right, let's just save some time and just move on to something else, which actually looks really interesting. How about I offer for your consideration FIDE versus back row? And this looks like it's exciting because...
Some gambit is happening.
Yeah, well, this looks like, first of all, it looks like it was kind of a Sicilian. I don't know. It was, yes. Indeed, it was in a Sicilian. I got to say, back row, good job on playing an exciting opening, right? So we have the Taimanov. Ooh, knight CB5. Never seen that move against the Taimanov. Wow, like I'm like so many new approaches, right? It's like, yes, there is a knight to B5. It's knight D to B5, which is the known theory. But again, these days, like so many new ideas are coming out. So here we just develop, you know, and I guess the point is always like every time they play A6, you're trading.
And then put the knight back to C3.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's probably not like some winning concept, but he's trying it for this one game. Yeah. Oh, interesting. And back row took with a D pawn instead of the B pawn. And then he wants to go E5, right? Yeah. Or he goes there first. Okay. All right.
And then F5. Interesting.
Yes.
So judging from their time management, this is not a preparation. So FIDE worked it out on the board about this pawn sacrifice on E5. So It's going to be very fiery on the board because we already see, okay, for now it's only pawn sacrifice, but who knows what's going to happen next.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like when F5 is on the board, the game is already interesting no matter what. Like, it's already a guaranteed interesting game. And I guess Black could have played Queen E5. He probably didn't like Queen F3, would be my guess. Like that.
Yeah, you should definitely avoiding exchanging the queen in this type of position as white, yeah?
Yeah. So he took with a knight. All right, so now let's see how things are going to go. Let's try to attack here. For white, it's actually quite fun, isn't it?
Maybe
I mean, F6 is the obvious move. Let's think a little bit. I mean, because on bishop F4, they're going to go F6. And maybe that is solid enough for Black.
Also, you have an option with bishop E4 first. Those are the moves, yeah?
Yeah, bishop E4, like basically forcing rook A7, right?
So many candidate moves, actually, in this position.
Wow. Yeah. Well, first of all, I have to say I would hate to be Black here. I hate playing with these sort of like undeveloped pieces and, you know, giving white the initiative. I would feel very uncomfortable. But yeah, I think bishop E4, the only thing...
That is the place for the queen. I feels like it's a bit wrong to put the bishop there.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of blocking your attack over here, right? And the rook is actually not terrible here. Because the 7th rank is completely open, so she can be useful in the defense, right?
Right. So what if, just a quick glance, probably, what if I take on E6? And then if you take on bishop E6, then now I can play my bishop F4. Because if you play F6, then queen E4. Because the bishop on E6 is kind of hanging. You cannot take on D3 yet.
And I guess I'll have to play G6 there, right?
Yeah, you have to play it. And bishop F4 first, yes. And then there. And then, I don't know, doubling on the E file, rook A E1, just bring everything.
The problem is, here I'm feeling like things are not so bad for Black. It's like if the worst thing is that you're going to win this pawn back, like I'm quite okay, right? And plus bishop D6 is always very solid, right? So I feel like we just have to look at F6. I mean, is it just crazy? But like, I mean, I know it might not work, right? It might be just giving up pawns for no reason, but like this is definitely critical. So let's look at that. And on bishop F6, then we have different moves, right? I mean, including even after bishop takes F6. Well, even bishop F4, you know, because if I want to just try to win your knight, can I do that? Because you're not going anywhere, are you? I want to play here.
And C4?
C4, right? Yeah.
Okay, E5 is hanging, yeah, so
well, I don't know. C4 is interesting.
Bishop E4. Yeah.
I still don't think this is very clear. But what other... Okay, like, of course, my main move is taking this bishop, right? Should I just go for it and see where that leads me? It's leading me somewhere good, huh?
Definitely, yeah.
All right, now let's finish off.
You can play bishop H6 because knight D3 is not a threat. You have queen G4.
Yeah.
And then bring the rook to E1 or
F1. And then just go knight E4 and mate you.
Yep.
That's it. Just bishop H6 and knight E4.
Right.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. How the computer didn't like that bishop H6 move. Wow. Why didn't he like that? Because maybe... Okay. I mean, like knight G6, queen E5? Like, could that be possible? Like this? But I mean, I'm just saying, like the position is just so complicated, right? Right. We're playing. You're playing pretty plausible moves for Black, but the evaluation is like changing all the time.
And FIDE is already thinking for 13 minutes. At what possibly could he check in this position? Because after playing F5, of course, the first move that comes to your mind is knight E5 or queen E5. Yeah, I mean, he should have already thought about that. So he's probably double checking everything right now, because maybe he's about to make some sacrifice.
But now we got to go on the hunt and find why this is so good for white, right? And it's not bishop H7. Like that doesn't work yet.
Or probably
I
knight
think.
e4 immediately.
Knight e4 before they get a chance to bring in their queen, right? Yeah, I like that. Just knight e4. Yep. Just target the pawn.
Mm.
That's nice. Well, I like the direct attack with, f5, f6. It's very
No,
consistent.
this is my favorite too. This
Yeah?
is my favorite position too. To play as white, not black.
Yeah. No, it's very hard to defend as black. So basically, guys, what we're saying is that this game is exciting. This pawn sack that Vidit made is really dangerous for back row. And if he follows up with f6, I mean, he doesn't have a ton of time, which is what can make this game go like in any direction, because they've got like, they're only at move 15.
Right.
But still, like, if he does go f6 and he kind of understands that he can like sack the exchange, I think he can find it. It's not super complicated. And what can black do? He needs to take with the pawn.
Mm.
He needs to take with the pawn and try to sack the exchange back like at some point, right?
I know maybe bishop h6 works now because the rook can just lift it to f3 to g3 and or h2.
Yeah,
later.
knight e4 doesn't really make so much sense anymore, probably, right? Because like of f5, right? Because the square is now you're holding it.
Yeah, bishop h6 should be the move, and then followed by queen h5 maybe.
Yeah.
Nope. Turns out.
Nope.
Look at the
Doesn't
eval
like
bar.
that. The eval bar is still. Well, this is what I'm thinking. Like somewhere we can sack the exchange.
Mm.
What do you think about bishop b7? What if I give you here? I give you my rook. Yeah, this is like very typical idea, guys. You give back some material to develop your pieces. That's interesting.
Is there any direct attack to h7, like bishop h7, king h7, queen h5, king
G8.
king g8, and some rook lift? But probably there's always f5 on the board. But maybe knight e4.
You want to try? You want to try like bishop
let's try it.
h7?
Because that looks kind of something that you have to think about anyway.
Yeah.
Queen h5 and king g8, because if king g7 there is bishop h6 or queen h6. And now knight e4 is interesting. You want to take the f6 with the rook actually. And if you play f5, there is knight. Is there any knight g5? Wow, this is so complicated.
Yeah, because rook f4, there's even like knight g6, right? So I'm still trying to figure out what we got here. Like knight e4, bishop b7. All right, let's go in with our pieces. We got to bring in pieces to the attack. Okay, no, we don't. Apparently
Bishop
it's easy to go wrong here.
It's very easy.
Wow. The engine bar like just jumps up and down on all of our moves. And I mean, okay, let's try again. Let's try to see what we can find here. So rook f3. That can't be it, right? That seems insane. Like rook f3, knight takes, pawn takes. I'm trying to go to g1. That seems utterly crazy.
If the bishop was already moved, maybe, but at one tempo it's important.
Yeah, because you have queen e5, right?
Mm. So bishop
Yeah.
f4. Oh, bishop f4 and then rook f3.
And then rook f3.
That's
good.
yeah. Now also you're preventing knight g6 because that knight can be very good defender.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, and then rook f3, like that? You want to play?
I think I can save some time by playing rook e1 too if I want to, right? Rook e1, rook ae1, rook e3, or if we go directly like this, is this happening?
No.
What's happening now?
Because there's probably ways you can even sack your queen back or something, but
Yeah, I think so too.
maybe just like that and then like that.
Yeah, the rook
Without sacrificing anything, yeah.
Yeah, well, this is definitely a critical position for FIDE. No wonder he's taking
Yeah.
his time. 18 minutes already that he's currently pondering what to do in this position. F6 is looking like it. Obviously, he's thinking about this F6, but he might be double-checking everything because
Yeah.
in many positions he has to sacrifice.
Yeah, he does. So, I mean, I think this is really the critical line that after GF, he basically has to go for this bishop takes h7.
Right.
So he has to give up a couple of pawns and then the bishop. And then But, then he gets to play a couple of like pretty natural moves. And I would say, yeah, like once you sort of realize you don't have a direct attack and then you just have to develop your pieces. He always has a draw in the pocket, actually. That makes it easier, right? Like there's, he knows like if this queen moves that you can always like take the knight and give some sort of perpetual on these squares, right? I don't think black can really avoid that. So what can I do? I can't bring my bishop to g7 or anything, right?
I don't think you have time for that, yeah?
So probably still like rook e1.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Like, well, there's that e4
I know,
we can make it real painful,
Oh.
Okay, if I play terrible moves like that. Yeah.
Yep. Well, FIDE is in the verge of, maybe a bit too early to say winning the position, but if he finds all the sequences, it might be our first decisive result for the open section.
All right, so what other interesting games do we have? We got Salim Salah playing against Daniel Vocaturo. So let's take a look. We haven't seen that game yet.
And Vocaturo, as we know, made an upset in the previous round, beating Daniel Dubov.
Yeah, rook d1. So Salim representing the UAE, right? It's the only grandmaster, not the only grandmaster for the UAE, but like the strongest grandmaster.
And also, he crossed 2700 at some point.
I had a nice experience in Dubai, my first time in Dubai at the end of June. So,
back and knight g5.
Yeah, I guess I like bishop b7 for sure because I really didn't like the bishop on a6. And no, I think if you take, maybe like black is quite happy to get this open diagonal. It's hard to give a preference to anyone, right? Like both sides have weaknesses. Right. I suppose you can say black has more weaknesses, right? But so this queen being stuck on a5 is a bit of a problem.
So that after knight g5, you just, I think, play knight f8 or even knight e5. Knight e5 looks... No, knight e5. There is knight e6. There is rook d8 coming. So gotta be careful there.
Yeah, so you have to go like this.
Knight f8, yeah.
Let's show this tactic to people.
No, knight e6. Knight e5, I mean. Also this is...
Oh, yeah. Well, something like that. Basically... Oh, did I do it the wrong way?
Maybe we
can do it with this. That's fine. You get the idea, guys. So the knight would need to protect the pawn more carefully. Well, basically, okay, here's I think the point of this position. I think I finally understood. White would be a lot better if their queen wasn't stuck here. That's it. Like if the queen was back on e2 or something, white would probably be like just close to winning, like anywhere, like any of these center squares, right? Of course, e5 would look nice too. But this is the issue, that how do you extricate this queen from a5?
Yep, it's going to be hard. And I think that is the only edge that black has in this position.
That's sort of a dream, but it is a line that you need to be careful about.
There's always rook d8 after queen c6. So
there is rook d8, so you need to not allow that. But if black goes like h6 and pushes you back and goes queen here and starts hitting the pawn. So when I said both sides have weaknesses.
So maybe here, to follow it up, maybe rook c d2, and after you play h6, rook d8, there's some sort of attacking move and sequence.
Wow, so this game could get really crazy. Let's just take a look. Yeah, I like rook d2. So first of all, once you move your rook away, you at least have to be...
Careful with c3.
Yeah, careful with that. Like really careful with that, right? Because I don't know, like this line, does anyone know what's going on here? Like I might just be promoting this pawn.
Nothing's stopping it, yeah? Ooh, bishop
e6, and it's going to be a draw.
And then rook takes f8. Oh no, if queen takes, rook takes f8, then that could be
How does
amazing.
white win this? White.
I think you just take on c8 because
Just
after
take on c8.
c1, king
Yeah.
g2, the knight is protecting e4.
Yeah. And then you have like,
Yeah.
you're just breaking through here. But hold on. How can we do this better? Oh, we could give away the queen. We forgot.
Yeah, this is what I was. And then, can you play rook f8 instead of taking the queen?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to take, and then knight e6, and now it's time for the queen to get out. After, where do you go with the king?
There's going to be some sort of perpetual is basically what you're saying. I guess I go.
No, if you go there, I take on c5.
You're taking
Queen
on
c5. So I think you have to prevent that. Yeah, king f7, because now if I take on c5, there is rook b1 check, king over there, and then promote. So
so maybe this is going to end in some perpetual.
but both sides have to be very careful here.
Well, I would say that your move, rook cd2 is certainly, it's inviting a lot of crazy stuff, right? And so c3 is just one idea for black, because there's other things I think we can look at. And I guess this one line, it doesn't quite work. Like, I was just kind of curious if I can play h6, but it doesn't seem to work, because then I think you do get in with this move, and I was kind of hoping to be able to use this diagonal.
But just take on e6 here.
Yeah,
Oh, bishop
you can
e6.
actually even take with the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, bishop e6 is just winning on the spot.
Yeah, and you're winning this knight, so that makes it easy. So rook cd2, yeah, I mean, I think that's a big idea for white. He's still thinking over this whole thing.
This could be some Star Wars nuance as well, because the rook is on c2, so it's the one of the droid r2d2.
And also, one thing that we can say is, by the way, in rook d8, there is actually c2 immediately, right? That's the thing. You didn't even have to take the rook. Maybe you just go here. So he has to be very careful with the c-pawn. Basically, okay, well, at least we got a sort of a handle on like some of the themes of this very complicated position. So it's balanced, because white holds all the advantages, but he's got this queen that cannot really get out from the side of the board.
Right.
Yeah. And the c-pawn, you got to keep your eye on it as well if you're white.
Yeah, but even though the queen is kind of trapped, but it's not necessarily bad, because when we're looking at the variations that we saw on the screen, it's actually helping the attack along the back rank.
So what else do we have that is really spicing up? Well, let's take a look at, okay, Gukesh. Yeah, Gukesh Esipenko. And last time we saw it, well, a lot has changed, actually. So queen got to a7. Interesting development. Okay, yeah, black trades off the doubled pawns. Played c6, and this knight, guys, it went from a5 to f5. Just notice that. It traveled a long way. And queen c3, d4. So Gukesh felt the need to change the pawn structure like that. Yeah, break up his pawn chain. I guess he didn't really see where he was going with his kingside play, so he decides to kind of get this bishop in. And of course, his pawn structure is weaker now than black's. But where is this queen going? Is it going there? Is it going there? Yeah, he doesn't want the double pawns. Lucky, it's lucky for black that,
That
this
the
rook
is on
here.
e6, yeah.
Yeah, because knight h6 otherwise would have been very
queen
painful.
g4,
Yeah, so this rook is playing a great defensive role, you're just guarding everything. Yeah, I mean, there's no sacrifices on g7 because always the rook comes in. So like, let's just take stock here. Like, white has the more active pieces, but black is very solid, right? And black's structure is more solid. White has like a lot of potential targets here.
Yeah, but on the other hand, white's minor pieces are more active too. So this gives some edge to the white's position. If only white can somehow consolidate the position with the rooks attacking, but c4 is on the board and g6.
Can I show you something? Like, well, first of all, b4 looks very dangerous. I wouldn't play that, but you know, like, I'm just curious, like, how bad was this?
It's bad because there is bishop b2 and then
Queen a2 though,
something like.
and then
there.
what do you got? Like, bishop b2, queen a2. You're not winning my queen yet.
That's
I don't
true.
know. It's interesting. I mean, because the idea is to kind of go with somewhere with the pawn.
I can't win because there is knight d4 and rook a1.
Are you trapping my queen? So
I hope so too.
But I'm. You want to go wait? Like, you want to
Knight d4?
go? You don't want to go rook a1 and then knight d4
That's actually interesting as well.
because you can attack me and try to like win my queen like
and
that.
rook e4. Rook e4. Some positions
would have
there.
been crazy.
We can take and take on
Yeah.
c6. Yeah, I think it's better for white.
Yeah, I
still.
know b4 definitely is rather suspect, yeah, because your queen is almost getting trapped.
Mm.
So Esipenko goes g6. And, okay, it's a good instinct, I think, to try to get rid of this knight, push it back, like white's most active piece. And where is this knight going to go? Because this pawn is also, like, you really don't want to put it on g3, do you? It's going to be restricted.
True. Or maybe you just don't want to move it at all. Queen g4, but yeah, there's something amiss with this queen g4. Probably like some knight moves. I don't know, e5 or f6.
Queen g4, it doesn't really threaten anything, right?
No, it's not. It's not
That's
threatening
the
anything.
problem. And then, you know, you might kind of regret hanging that pawn. Even, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even that one. Like, at some point I might just be able to take. Of course you have rook b7. Maybe, like, you know, that makes things a little...
Spicy.
yeah, I don't know, some activity, right? But probably this knight is going to move because the queen is actually pretty good guarding everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But where is this knight going to move? Knight g3? I guess we have to. And then you
Also,
want to take
so-
on b5.
Yes, also some idea. I don't really like this knight g3 because white wants to attack. So what about bishop? Oh, knight g3 has been played. I was thinking bishop b2 and then putting the knight on b4, but it's just maybe an empty sacrifice on a2, yeah? Or
Yeah, and then
it
c4
doesn't-
is going to
yeah,
hang.
c4 is hanging too. Yeah. That's not going to
Well,
happen.
he could still possibly attack with the f-pawn, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I think the main thing that Gukesh is going for here is like the collapse of the b5 pawn, right? If he can make that structure collapse, then he's like always at least okay, right? So now Esipenko, like for example, he'd be pretty happy with some trade like that and getting the queen out. I think. Now Esipenko needs to figure out, is b4 possible here? I don't know why I keep looking at this move. I mean, it makes some sense, but it's definitely like risky. It's risky for the queen. But it's also ambitious.
I like the idea of bishop b2, queen a2, and then just play queen d3 or d3 maybe.
The problem is you want to go to d4.
Yeah, something like that. Just trying to exploit this diagonal.
Maybe I'll be going like,
Queen d3.
yeah,
is
like
better.
queen d3. Maybe I'm thinking, ooh, rook d6, right?
Nice.
That is probably the problem. And then you're not getting anywhere to this diagonal.
That's true.
Well, I don't know. B4 is a risky move for black, but it's something, to think about. What are like more solid approaches?
Oh, B4, I can just play F4 and then rook F3.
Mm-hmm.
That could be...
Oh, you certainly can. Yeah, that's a big idea, just going for that.
Also rook F3.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like this is all too dangerous, yeah?
F5,
Probably you take.
Take first and then F5.
Yeah, and also you have rook A1.
Rook A1, yeah.
Yeah,
Some
all right.
tactics there.
So I don't think we're going to be doing that. All right. So
there's some development in the game of FIDE versus Baccarat.
okay, let's go back.
F6, but he didn't take on H7. So it's proven that Bishop H7, although it looks obvious for us, it's very easy for us as commentators because we don't have anything at.
Yeah, but like even F5, I feel like I'm
in this
sort
position,
of.
Yeah, but in this position, white is not sacrificing anything. So having this position is a dream, right?
Yeah, although the king on E8 is also like it's maybe a dream for black to get the king there finally. How do we like attack this king without letting him escape? Maybe this pawn is just not important. Maybe Queen H5. Can we just go Queen H5 here, or are they gonna like sack
on D3 for sure?
Sack on D3. You think that's the idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I'm okay with attacking you when I'm up in exchange.
He's reaching.
He should be able to win this position. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there is something better here. Like pawn takes D3 sort of looks obvious, but what could be better than that?
They just simply take on D3 is fine.
Yeah, but I feel like there's something here. I don't know. It can't be this, can it? Can't just give away all of our pieces like that. Maybe we can.
Maybe we can. I mean, maybe there's time to.
Like we saw this idea, of rook E5. Maybe it is kind of spectacular though. That's why I'm not sure that anyone will do it. Like we can find this move because it's like we see the engine bar gives something really big, something bigger than this.
He's reaching the rook, so he's not taking anything. He's rook D1 or E1.
I think E1 probably, right?
We will have the move soon.
Yeah, let's see. So he's not going for Queen H5, but that looks fine. Yeah, rook E1. Yeah. I mean, just bring in the rook. He's basically using the approach of like playing with all of his pieces, and I like that move a lot. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so his moves are like, no spectacular sacrifices, just bringing in the pieces, but it's still very effective.
Yep, I agree. Yep, all the black pieces are just too stuck up on the queen side too many of them. Look at the proportional of the pieces there. White pretty much bishop on D3 is on the queen side, but it's pretty much looking at the king side, and we have like 5 pieces looking to meet the king on G8.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about like how attacks work, I mean, it does feel like white's attack should break through, right? Because I mean, basically, there's one big obstacle to getting to the black king. It's the knight. There's one obstacle, but there's so many pieces that like can attack for white. Like they're all in the game now, and we have undeveloped pieces in black's position, and just pieces that are far away from the king. Yeah.
Right.
So basically, all the rules of attack say that white is going to be winning here. And nice game by FIDE. I mean, basically, guys, it's a very instructive pawn sacrifice. You just got to seize the initiative, open up those lines if you want to get the attack going. So I liked that a lot. Let's take a look. All right. Shall we quickly take a look at what is going on in Ju Wen-jun versus Elizabeth Patz? So we have 5 pawns for each side, and it does look like Elizabeth has made some progress because nothing really bad has happened to her yet. All the queenside pawns are removed. This pawn is safely guarded. There's like no obvious breakthroughs for white, and this bishop is not the best. And overall, it looks solid enough for Elizabeth. I mean, white has to be kind of a little careful because white can have some weaknesses too if they go overboard. Right? So that's good.
Yeah. I
now
think so
we can
too.
move on. There's not much to calculate.
Just one update, like result update happening on the top board in the open section. Fabiano Caruana drew against Ray Robson. Yeah, it was quite a very equalish game as well, right?
Oh, we got a comment here from one of our YouTube viewers. He says, Irina, please start adding new content to your YouTube. And yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I've skipped out on doing that for a little while. It's because I've been traveling. I have not been home since the end of June. And before that, I had the Cairns Cup. So basically, June, and I haven't been home. And I won't be home until the beginning of September. So yes, I know I've made everyone wait for a while, but I will definitely try to restart my videos once I get home to New York.
You're surely a busy player.
Yeah, somehow I've turned from being a busy teacher to a busy player. And I've been so busy, guys, that I haven't even had time to drink my tea. Okay, let's take a look. So Nino playing Goryachkina.
Yep.
And this is starting to remind me of the structure from like the Muzachuk game, because somehow we got the white e pawn all the way to e5, and that was the pawn structure in the game of the two Muzachuk sisters. The only thing is, that knight on e8 is pretty passive. And Goryachkina just played a5. Okay, so she puts all her pawns out of attack. And what can we say about this position, Irene?
Yeah, well, white definitely has advantages here. The bishop is very good, and also more active pieces, the queen and the rook, they are better placed than black's queen and rook. But how to exploit this position, because white also has some weakness on the d4 pawn, so white has to keep an eye on that pawn forever, pretty much.
Yeah, this pawn is definitely playing a very important role in this game, because, it's actually a very easy target, isn't it? And also, white's king is potentially weak. I have to say, I think white has to be more careful than black, because white has just more weaknesses. If you think about it, the queen can come out, right? And I don't really see any more what is white trying to attack in this position? Like, what are the scenarios where white wins? I guess the scenarios are where white can win like these pawns, and like the bishop is better than the knight in that open position supporting the passed pawns. Like, that's the scenario. Okay, I get it now. So in that case, well, why don't we try attacking something then? Well, I'll tell you why. Because if we go there, they're going to go in with their queen, right? So it's not like we can just... It's not so much... I'm not so worried about this move, although maybe I should be worried about that, too.
I think you should.
You think I should be worried about that? Yeah.
And then...
Oh, why can't I make... There we go, queen b6. You think I should be worried? Yeah, no, of course. I have a lot to worry about here.
But if you take the rook c8, yeah?
Yeah, so like there's some scenarios here where things work out for white.
King f8, and I don't know. This many things coming.
Yeah, no, bishop c6, right?
Bishop c6.
So we have to somehow use like the superiority of the bishop over the knight, but we can't just do anything so radical like queen c6. By the way, also on queen c6, there was also queen b4, which was certainly a possibility. All right, so let's try to find something to attack here. D5, should we start trading off our weaknesses?
D5 takes, bishop takes, and if I cannot be taken because f7, although, technically you can, but...
You can.
Looks,
should white just try to trade off that weakness, guys? That's the question. There's a famous rule. We can make a lesson on that for my YouTube. Trade off backwards pawns. So after pawn takes, bishop takes, we're using the pressure against that pawn. That actually seems reasonable for white. Not really from the point of view of winning the game, but just like navigating to safety, right?
Right.
So she might do something like that. But okay.
Okay, if that happens, then this knight on e8 is just a bit awkward. Black has to try to improve this knight at all cost.
But we have a game going in Musachuk versus Musachuk.
Mm-hmm.
So if they wanted to make a quick draw, guys, it would have happened already. So basically now we have our answer. They're going to be just playing this match normally in the classical time control. And Anna has a lot less time, actually. And we still have a very sharp position. By the way, I guess f6 must have happened at some point. Or the f pawn moved.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a trade. Queen c7. So what do we got here on the board? Well, white is trying to attack on the king side, but black is very strong on the c file. So after queen c7, I suppose she's thinking about rook c1, kind of trading more pieces, maybe even the queens, and leaving this rook without doing much on g4. And luckily for black, they're controlling those squares. They're not letting the queen in, controlling all of those squares, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because, the moment a queen arrives in that diagonal, they lose.
Right, yeah. Yeah, black has to control these all squares.
But it does, it looks a little scary, but I guess this is a very big resource, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And a move has been played. I don't know which one. Oh, bishop e4.
Yeah, that move says to black, hey, don't worry about your king anymore because I give up on the idea of mating you, and we're going to be making a draw. That's what that move says, guys. You just got to learn to interpret it. It means white doesn't have too much optimism. And okay, but what can we do?
You can even
here?
insert
Rook
rook
c1.
Yeah.
Certainly rook c1 is a normal move. It's one of the main moves. I don't see any reason for black to trade. I just don't see why, because okay, they're sort of helping the rook return and attack. That, you probably could play this position as well, rook c2. The point is that I think that there's so much room here that it's it's hard for someone to win.
Right.
Because both sides just have a lot of, room for error, basically.
That's true.
Yeah. All right. What is the status of the Prague game? Yeah.
Because you just saw Hikaru was walking, yeah?
Oh, no, because
you
I looked
didn't?
at our YouTube chat. And someone said, what's the status? So that's why. Whoa, okay. So what do we have in the current position? Well, we have pretty much the scenario that we were talking about, that this is developing favorably for Prague. What's the lesson, Irene? Don't give away squares in the center to your opponent, right?
Yeah, I concur. There, G4 is played.
Mm-hmm.
What does it do?
What does it do? Yeah, good question. He just played...
You want to play G5 and then try to weaken the knight on E5, but that could probably be the reason.
Yeah, wow. This is getting so unpleasant for Hikaru. He's lucky he's holding on to D3 because the bishop can't take, because there's bishop takes E5. And then he wins the bishop, and he's kind of using that pin. So, actually, this bishop is keeping him alive, as you would expect, guys, when you have, one bishop that's really bad, the other one is very important. So this bishop on f4 is holding things together for white a bit. But I guess black needs to figure out how to get out of this pin, right?
Oh, you could just stay on, and, now the question is, what can black do?
You could play g5. It's a move. You just don't really... You don't need to play g5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really see why you would. Weaken that pawn. You can do it, but why? I'm thinking... Shall we take a look at queen e6? This seems like a very normal move.
Or queen a6.
Mm-hmm.
No, Pragnanada played knight e6, I guess.
Okay, so Prague made a move, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, he
Knight
played knight
e6.
e6.
Okay. So this bishop is going to move, right? And he is going to move to g3. because you have to stay on that diagonal. I mean, he can't let the bishop get captured, right? That's just positional capitulation. So after he goes to g3, what's Prague's plan? Why does this knight go back here?
Knight g5?
Starting to feel like we're going in the wrong direction with that, though, right? Because the knight was so beautiful here. Why are we?
I know.
Right? Because it's like we're like, what are we targeting? This, you know?
No, I was targeting f3 actually.
Yeah, F3.
There's
You wanted
some tactic there.
Yeah. But you know, it's like, you know, there's this rule in chess that when your pieces are well placed, like don't mess around with them, right? Like this knight was really good, so I'm not even sure about like knight e6 and bishop g3. I mean, it's giving Hikaru a pretty easy move to make, and then also he doesn't have like this queen move anymore. But maybe you're right with this queen a6, right? Maybe he wants to do something like that.
But he could have done that even without knight e6. So yeah, I'm wondering actually what Pragnananda has in mind with this knight e6. Probably just waiting to see this bishop g3 first, because you could easily put it.
Maybe
back
he
on
wants
d4.
his knight closer to f4, like in case white takes. Maybe he wants the knight. Oh, maybe he wants the knight protecting c5, because if you would have played it right away, then he has like a bit more to calculate, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he has to calculate actually
Bishop
this,
e5,
this,
yes.
and this, and then there's like a pawn hanging.
That's true.
Right, so I think that is his point with knight e6. Okay.
Though in the final position after rook c5, queen a2, I think black is
Black
just
was still
better.
doing well, yeah? Okay, so bishop g3, and let's say he goes for this queen a6 move. How are we defending this pawn? Bishop takes? I really don't want to do that. This is also a problem.
Yeah.
Well, bishop takes is not even a chess move. I can't bring myself to play chess like that, you know? Have all the weak dark squares, like everything is hanging. I really just don't want to play that. But this is a big threat. Yeah, I don't know. Don't have such an easy answer.
g5?
G5 is more in the spirit of things, right? Yeah, like something
Some
like
calculations to be made, but
that. Yeah.
yeah, you have to do something. You cannot just defend things.
Yep. No, I like that. I like that. When things are bad, you got to change the picture. So just go for counterplay, you know, just go for it, you know?
Yep.
That's good. So that's what Hikaru is going to be relying on. Guys, when things get really bad and all his pawns start to hang, he's going to, I guess that's why he played, you know, G4.
Yeah. There you go.
So should Prague, wait, so hold on, Irene. Does that mean that Prague should play like H6? Like, does that mean like some move like that could be interesting? You know, trying to stop this G5? I think so. At least worth thinking about. It looks like your compatriot, someone has said, is doing well. So let's take a look at the game of Aulia versus Nurgul.
Yeah, she's on the rolls. She's just playing some sensational chess. I think she's the only 2300 in this round, I guess.
You think so? Wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I had not thought about that, but that actually makes sense. Yeah, that's right. You know, I don't know anything about her except that I played her at the Olympiad. You know, when we played last year in one of in the penultimate round in Chennai, and that was my first time really, you know, getting like acquainted with her as a chess player. So, what can you tell us about Aulia?
Oh, she's definitely a very strong player. I think having the rating 2355 is quite underrated for for her strength. So, but she's just recently getting married about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so maybe I don't think she actually got on her honeymoon yet. So she just came here right after the wedding and then meeting all these people. So maybe she has this, I don't know, motivation within her, and then she's just playing a very, very good chess.
Yeah, like the motivation to delay the honeymoon as long as possible. No, but I mean, yeah, I can see that that's something very inspiring that can happen, right? You get married and then you just have a very good event. And yeah, her matches so far have been very nice. You know, she's beaten stronger players,
she
convincingly.
beat Sarah Sadat, Kadamel Saria, and then before this she beat
and her games were good,
Bivol. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, things are looking good too. This is the opposite colored bishop, but light square bishop is more powerful than the dark square bishop because of the pawn on g4, and also we have the pass pawn on d5. So
yeah, it's interesting though, like how is white going to make progress though? I mean, I can see the advantage, but where is, like, are we going like some weird plan like that to try to win that pawn? I mean, maybe, because, you know, your king is also kind of in a strange position. So there's that idea. Because, okay, it's like everything looks nice, but like what's the win, right? Like if I keep my bishop here and keep my bishop there, and so you can try your plan. Yeah, but no, I mean, I think the main difference, of course, is this pawn, like the way it's keeping the rook passive, and you might, you know, lose it at some point. And yeah, like this minority attack is also kind of an annoying idea, right? So she's got, you know, still got a lot of work to do in this endgame, but yeah, it is better for her. And we have a very interesting position.
And she's played it. She's played rook h1.
Oh, wow.
On the camera, I saw it.
Okay.
So she's going for the pawn.
She's going for the pawn. All right. But we got Humpy Koneru with an uncastled king against Bella Hotenashvili. And, okay, that is exciting, guys, because Humpy is certainly one of the favorites, and she's won her matches quite convincingly without needing any rapid tie breaks. And somehow, I don't know how, but she never castled in this game. And
did she do that voluntarily?
You know, it's strange. Yeah, it's like it's strange. Like even move 16, you see here, like Black just seems to have a really comfortable game. Like she doesn't even have an extra pawn as compensation for this. And so far, it looks quite nice, although she did lose the bishop on e4. And now things are looking a bit unclear, but okay. And bishop e3. Okay, so I suppose we're going to be taking that guy. And playing this position? I mean, it must be quite in favor of Black, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there has to be some sort of tactic here. Like knight takes, pawn takes. And basically, okay, you have bishops of opposite color, but I mean, the king's safety should be the main thing here. Oh, it's unpleasant.
It is unpleasant, yeah.
I mean, even king h8 and, you know, e5 ideas.
I like that idea, just play king h8, actually.
Yeah. I guess I can't, like, beat you directly with an attack on this pawn, right? Nothing really quite works. But king h8 is like a decent chess move.
And e5 is already a concrete attack, unless you take on e6, but queen c2 there. Yeah, things are not looking good for Koneru.
Yeah, well, that's nice, though, for Bella. No, it's nice to see her doing well, you know. And let's see now what we got. We got people in the chat screaming about go back to the other side because
let's quickly at
falling
Krush,
apart
actually.
if we look at a few women's games, you know. It's too much. So let's make our viewers happy again. And yeah, Gukesh versus Esipenko. Okay, they were repeating the moves, and I love how, like, the queens, they did a little dance and they got stuck here. Queen c4. Okay, so Esipenko seemed... Oh, wait, it just ended in a draw.
Yeah, it is ended in a draw.
Yeah, that was a repetition. Okay. So how did this happen, right? Like, Oh yeah, this was the key moment. So he played rook d6. Then he took, and then basically he started offering the queen trade, and Gukesh didn't really see a way out of this. Yeah, because, black is pretty solid, I guess, in the event of some sort of trade. Active rook. And so could Esipenko have played for more? Also not obvious, right?
It's not too obvious.
I mean, they kind of both have to risk to keep this game going, so the game ended with this repetition. Okay. Well, let's look at our guy, Peter Svidler. I mean, his game was one of the really exciting ones from the opening. And I would say that it still is really exciting.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, we have 5 against 5 pawns. He has a pretty open king,
but he has
basically sacking that, but he's got a really strong d pawn. Wow. So this is very sharp. He doesn't have a lot of time. He has to make 11 moves.
Also, there is bishop e4 idea, some background checks is there. So
the knight is not that amazing.
Right.
All right, let's see how Abashov is planning to save this. So I'm guessing that on rook takes g3, the point is bishop g2. Unless I really don't understand chess. I think you can't just give up the h3 pawn.
But there's, you cannot just, yep, I agree.
I mean, no. I mean,
There's
actually, you can
KF2.
give it up. You can actually give it up with check even. Like, you can do that and just give it up and go to g2 and then... But then there's... Well, still completely unclear, yeah? Because there's always like a block from a check.
Oh, Wesley just shook hands. So what's happening?
That game probably ended in a draw.
I think so too. No. Sarana wins.
Sarana wins.
Look at the final position.
Oh my. Wow.
Look at that.
Okay.
Let's take a look. How did it happen?
Let's take a look. So Wesley's so losing with the white pieces to this Queen's Gambit declined line. That is a big, big result. Let's go back a bit. And so he hasn't been doing well apparently for quite a while.
Yeah, his games were quite inferior, starting from round number 2.
So
look at that.
Well, yeah, it's funny. So he basically he went for this idea that we talked about of trying to like support this pawn. We kind of decided it wasn't really worth it, and then Sarana went for this move b6 that you were talking about.
And a bishop b5.
Everything, like we looked at all of this.
bishop
Like we
b7.
actually had this position on the board and we were like, it's not going to happen. But Wesley went for it. And we got into the hanging pawns, which I guess is already quite acceptable for black. Black just kind of centralizes everything. And, no one's like, these pawns are not really under any pressure, guys, which is why black is doing totally fine. But in terms of like how he lost, that's the question, right? So yeah, of course you don't want to push the pawn and give up the dark squares, so he protects it. And Wesley felt like he didn't really have any targets here, right? I mean, I guess like these are sort of the obvious moves, but he went queen b3, bishop a8. So he never centralized his rook, and he allowed this pawn to go through. And this is sort of like the rule, like you never really want the hanging pawn, that one to move, right? Like the bishop to open up. You have to be very careful.
And now that bishop is just a very strong piece on the board.
Wow. And then I'm just looking at this, I'm like, okay, so you got like a knight stuck there. I guess you're hoping knight b6 will work somewhere, but it doesn't because there's like rook b8.
Yeah.
So, oh wow. So I mean, you just got stuck with that knight. And then you have to hope that you can like get it back into the game like this. But Sarana is acting quickly. Okay. Wow. I can feel the storm clouds gathering. What do you think the threat is here that black is threatening? All right. I guess it wasn't too hard of a question, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, after queen f4, there's rook f1. I was thinking of some sacrifice, actually, because you want to pair it up with queen d5 at some point. So, I don't know, something like even knight f2, king f2, queen d5 is also looking good to me.
Yeah. I mean, there's still rook g1, but yeah. But basically, I mean...
knight f2, king f2, queen f4, so many things.
Yeah,
many
yeah, there's a
things.
lot of things going on with this square. Yeah. So he tries to defend. And, you know, basically, guys, the point here is that, like, you can't get your pieces cut out of the game, you know? It's like the whole action is going to be on the king side now. So now it's like, can he neutralize this or not? Queen f5 seems like a good idea. So, all right, he got the knight to go back. Now, can we...
Can we go back to d3?
Yeah, or can we just, I don't know, can we bring our knight to c5? He went to c5, okay.
He went to c5.
I mean, it's very intuitive. h5, wow. So I'm guessing, I mean, it's like knight takes, there's, I don't know, the first thing that comes to mind is something happening on e5.
No, you can just keep taking. Yeah,
and then you
e5
just,
also.
oh yeah, you just keep taking and what? And then rook e5 or something? Yeah, there,
rook e5.
there, and I think that wins the knight. So h5, interesting move by Sarana. Wants to go h4. He keeps Wesley under pressure.
Right.
Wesley's like, okay, I'm going to support my knight, which apparently wasn't the best. And after h4, knight f1. So he starts pushing back the queen. That's painful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Now the other knight became bad.
It's a torture to play in this position as white.
Wow, but a really nice game by Sarana. And then you can sort of feel that, like, taking that pawn is probably not going to work out, right? Although,
but there's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, although, look at that. Like, he goes...
Wow, he just
goes for the end game.
He goes for the mate.
Just this is hanging, this is hanging.
It would have been nice, yeah, after g3, then knight h3 mate.
Oh, nice. Yeah, although I like the knight e2 mate.
Oh, knight e2 as well. Yeah.
H3. Wow. It's beautiful attack in the end game. So you can't take the rook because knight e2 and then pawn takes pawn is checkmate. And so he took
and then d3.
He loses the bishop, and then he goes d3, and that's game over. I think this is an amazing game by Sarana.
That's a very good attacking game.
Yeah,
now
like
d2 is, you cannot prevent d2. Rook e1 is coming also. Wow.
He can be really proud of this effort. I mean, because there were some very cool points to it.
Right.
I mean, the way he applied a lot of pressure to Wesley. You know, and this was a quite disastrous game for Wesley, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think Wesley was even fighting in this game. So even though it's a very good game by Sarana, but yeah, Wesley definitely didn't show his strength in this game.
All right, let's take a look. Whoa. Whoa. This is Vincent Kmart versus Magnus Carlsen. He's up a pawn and he's clearly better. I mean, he doesn't have any time.
Yeah, 1 minute.
But actually, you know, he
left.
made move 40, so it doesn't matter. He's on move 41.
Oh, he did. So he's in the top position right now. Wow, yeah, it's a very good situation for him, and we have a result there. FIDE won the game.
He did win. Okay, yeah, we can take a look at that later. But I mean, this is kind of crazy. When we saw this game, Magnus was super comfortable. And did we just blunder? Was there a tactic here that we missed? Knight takes d5. We certainly didn't see that one. Ooh, that's what we missed. Well, we didn't see this move that Vincent came up with the idea of like rook takes c4 and that hanging rook.
Oh, Magnus must be really upset.
Wow.
Yeah, for missing this tactic.
Yeah. I mean, the basic point, guys, is like white is
Rook c4.
winning a pawn. Yeah, so what did he do? So that's how he gave white the center pawn. Well, white's happy about that trade. Actually, like this wasn't a disastrous miss or anything because like nothing is actually really wrong with black's position. And I don't know how he wound up losing like one more pawn, but like right here, it was still okay. You know, white's pawns, of course, it's an improvement for white, like compared to how it could have gone, but things were still fine. But somehow he lost a pawn somewhere. I mean, he lost the c pawn. Let's see how that happened. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of fun playing against like these strong center pawns, right?
Right.
So why is knight c7 so bad? Is it like knight d6 coming and then rook f5? Yeah, well, that's weird that he allowed that, isn't it? Because now he has a big problem, like with this double threat. Oh, he just like let the rook in, basically. Right? I mean, like nothing was really happening yet. It was a little unpleasant, right? Like with white space and all. But you know what I'm thinking? Like, so g6, right? G6 is the move you want to play.
But after knight d6?
Knight d6, right? And then maybe...
Just rook b8 or
yeah,
rook b1
rook b1, right? Like, how bad is this? It seems okay. I mean, obviously you want to get your king out. In fact, if they go e4, right? Well, e4 they're probably not going to do because there's like knight f4.
f4, knight e6.
Yeah, but I was going to say that like not only there's that, but that probably is the main thing. Yeah, you don't want to go there and run into all of this stuff. Yeah, you would just go here. So Magnus was doing okay, and then he moves this knight out of position. You know, this is the rule. Remember we said that earlier. If you have a piece in a good square, why are you moving it? You know? Well, I mean, I get it. He played knight c7 because he wanted to go knight e6.
Knight e6, yeah.
Right? That was his point. But still it looks weird, right?
Yeah, it is.
And he just allows that. Probably he was like playing on his opponent's time trouble. And then he just dropped the pawn. That was crazy. Right?
That was so uncharacteristic.
Oh, man.
Like, what's it? I wonder what's currently running in his mind. Like,
oh, my gosh.
I would never have given up that pawn. Maybe he has something else in mind, but I'm very curious. What?
Well, the problem is that this was just like losing that pawn was also very painful, right? Like you couldn't just go here and then you're like leaving this open. I mean, and that is going to be a big pawn, right? Like here, knight f7, and I mean, it's not like this is a dream either. Wow. No, I mean, you know what is the thing about this move is that like it's very much you feel like it's like a beginner mistake, right? Like, you know, like it's not just like Magnus level mistake. It's like anyone in this tournament would feel so unhappy about just like blundering into knight d6, like it's, you know, a double threat, and then like losing a pawn for free, like for no need. Yeah, that is kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's it. Because tactics still happening even at the end of the game like this. So that's why just keep defending your pieces or pawns, because tactics always happen when there's something that is undefended.
But, you know, Magnus is still struggling on. Interesting, Kamer decided not to take this way because then, you know, maybe there was like some double attack coming. So he took this way. He gave Magnus a pass pawn, but he's got two connected, and I think he needs to start getting his king out. Well, he played knight c6 first, yeah, of course. And, okay, after king e8. Well, here's one way you can like maybe mess up if you go e4 and like then kind of you can't protect that pawn.
So you have to go with the king first, or
yeah,
or f4.
Or f4.
So that's the question, I guess, that Vincent is currently thinking.
Yeah.
f4 or king f3. But if king f3, knight e6, and do you want to play king g4? But it's not, you know, you just want to go to the center, but playing king g4 would have been maybe
maybe f4 is a good move. Like king d7
and then knight b4.
Knight b4. And then you just kind of bring in all these pieces.
So if f4, maybe knight d5 first.
Yeah. Go knight b4 first. Yeah, this is the most accurate.
First,
yeah. go knight b4 just to make sure the pawn is blockaded, the knight can't move, and then when the king moves, then you go f4. And that's kind of it. Oh, man.
This could be an upset.
This is going to be an upset. Wow. I mean, Magnus has been playing so well in this tournament, and you know, and Vincent has been an overall like a welcome opponent for him in their previous games, you know.
Yep.
But the thing is, okay, this is not rapid or bliss. This is classical, and he had a big time advantage against him. Maybe he just played that move too quickly, you know.
Yeah, I totally agree. And we have a draw on the Muzichuk sisters game.
Okay.
They
all right.
did make a draw.
They did make a draw. All right. Yeah. We thought it was headed that way. All right. We got Irene Robbers versus Harika. What's going on there? Oh, wow. White has like completely turned things around and is actually better in this heavy piece endgame. They got rid of their bishop. This is a very unpleasant, right? Very unpleasant for black, who has like this slightly weaker king, the backwards pawn, and now there's a target there, a target there. Wow. That's quite the turnaround in favor of Irene.
Yeah.
And she's made the time control.
Wonder what happened.
Is a draw bad for Magnus? Well, Jixu, our audience member, is asking, no, a draw would not be bad for Magnus. He's just not going to get it. And that's the problem, you know? He would be very happy.
He would be happy with the draw in the current position. So can we see what's happening in this game? Like what did Harika do in order to get this position? Because she was better. Yeah,
so rook a2 was played here by Irene. So Harika, did she allow the trade? Yeah, so you see, it was always the question of this knight versus that bishop relationship, right? And so she was kind of, well, she allowed the bishop to trade. She basically forced it because, you know, you can't let the knight in here. And so she let them get rid of the bad bishop. And then Irene makes at least a tricky move, knight e3, because she doesn't want to go there, allowing them to take. So she moves the knight back. And then she wants to get the knight out. And so now you're starting to see the outlines of like how this could go wrong for black, even though black is still doing fine. And queen b6 looks like a reasonable move. Okay, so it's hard for her to improve the knight because of like this pressure. So far it looks fine. Like black is absolutely doing well. And the queen has decided to finally arrive on c5, and the rook will now decide to land on d3. And so she goes bishop takes, rook takes, bishop f5. Okay,
and so now it's time for the knight to go up.
Yeah, and the knight finally gets to go. And she can't really stop knight e4 anymore, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, she goes to f1. I don't know. I think e4 maybe could have been done as well. But eventually I think she'll go there, right? Yeah, so she eventually goes for that. And then there was a trade. And maybe the trade is also a mistake. Maybe trading a pair of rooks is also a mistake for black.
Yeah, I think you should keep both rooks on the board to keep it more dynamic, because then with only one rook, it's quite simple position for white.
But it's tricky to find the move for black here. So she trades and she attacks the queen. She made the time control and then she went in. Yep. Well, certainly white got rid of all her bad pieces, yeah? And this like weakness in the pawn structure is still there. So we will see. So basically everyone has kind of reached the time control, right?
Yep, they do. And I think it is our cue also to take our next break, because yes, everyone has reaching their I think very much needed 30 minutes bonus time, because things are getting very dynamic and critical. So
there is still plenty of interesting games though, guys. So you want to stay with us, and you know, we might see a very big upset if we already saw a big one, I think, with Wesley So losing as white, and we might also see Magnus losing, I think he's on his way to losing because Kamer actually did play that really accurate knight b4 move.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a big upset of the round if it happens or when it happens. Yes. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be back after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back. Still with me, Irene Sukandar, and my commentary partner, Irina Krush. Irina, so what have you found during our break?
Yeah, well, we are going to go to the endgame between Vincent Keimer and Magnus Carlsen because this might be the biggest upset of the day. So Vincent did place his knight on b4, blockading the only chance that Magnus has in this endgame. And then he went f4, so everything that we looked at, he's just protecting this pawn and getting ready to bring in his king, which he does on the next move. Basically, he's maneuvering this king to d3. I don't know exactly why he went through e2. I mean, he probably could have went that way as well, but okay, I don't think it matters too much. And he can afford to be patient here. I mean, Magnus has literally no counterplay, right? So in terms of the winning plan, I guess we still have to figure out how to win. But it's probably involved, since you can't really push that pawn, right? It probably involves, well, you know, d5, for example, and king d4, but it's a little tricky, right? It's a little tricky. So, like, let's just play a couple of moves that to show what the difficulties are for white. I mean, if you push, he just made a move, and I think he
Knight
moved
G7.
his knight to g7, right? So he's basically in this position after king e2, he played knight g7. Okay, I mean, I think he's just kind of staying in place, right? It's the same thing.
And now it's a question for white whether you push
Maybe
e4
go
or
e4,
not.
yeah.
But obviously Magnus already thought about it, so probably it's a provocation, because after e4 there is knight e6, king e3, and what's next?
I mean, I still feel like, okay, this is the obvious move you want to do, and it does feel like white is on the right track here. I mean, because well, actually, I have to say that this move is extremely annoying. And then your pawns are just going further. I mean, this looks pretty hopeless for black, actually. Yeah, I mean, because e5, you don't have a way to stop that.
Right.
And yeah, no, I mean, unfortunately, Magnus's blunder of the b7 pawn, it's like it didn't give him much chances in this game. And I kind of feel like, I mean, there were really two blunders by Magnus, right? I mean, the first one, not a big deal, but I mean, do you think like he missed this knight takes d5 move? Do you think that he just completely missed this idea?
He might not, but maybe he misjudged the resulting position. I think he thought that it would be just equalish or black would still maintain some edge, but turns out it's not.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, I kind of feel like my take would be, let's see if we go back a little bit. Like, we felt like he was doing really quite comfortably here, right? And when he started this thing, queen b1, yeah, I mean, I see he didn't really want to trade because he thought he wanted this pawn on a3 to be a weakness. You know, I can see why he went for knight b6. But I think he just I think there was a miscalculation involved somewhere here, because I don't think he purposefully went for this position for knight d5.
Yeah.
You know, I feel
so.
like this was an accident, and he was kind of like lucky that he wasn't worse, because from where he was to be here, giving white, you know, you have to understand, like, the problem is this pawn disappears for that pawn. Like, that's obviously a good trade for white, right?
Yep.
White loses a weak a3 pawn. He takes a strong pawn on d5. So this tactic is very beneficial for white. So even though it doesn't lose for black, I have a hard time thinking that like any of this was actually intentional by Magnus, right? So I think that there were basically two oversights in this game, but you know, the second one was the really costly one. And I think that's why he's going to be like very unhappy with himself.
He already looks unhappy on the camera. And I think, judging by his last mistake or his second mistake, yeah, this could be an overlook from his side. So, and we have another result. I think Bella should be winning that game. Yeah, indeed. The kings are on d4 and e5.
Yeah, winning with black against Humpy, that is a great result. And obviously it's going to be not easy for Humpy to come back.
Right. And during our
with
break,
black.
yes, during our break, the game between Nino versus Alexander Gorechkina also it was ended with a draw.
So this one, yeah, we thought that was the most likely result. So we looked at it around, let's see which point, around here, A5. And how did Nino, so she did find a way to attack something, actually. Okay. They're both like protecting pawns. And I guess just not much targets for either side. Yeah, everything got neutralized here. Yeah, so this game didn't see any fireworks.
Yeah.
Right?
Irina, let's quickly go to the game that we actually haven't talked about at all. It's game number 15, Berkas Fering versus Ponomariov. Berkas is having a tournament of his life. He's currently much better versus the former world champion.
Wow. Yeah, well, much better is
Close to winning.
an understatement, right?
Yeah, it's close to winning.
He's got 2 bishops and a passed c-pawn for the rook. So, I mean, yeah, this is just game over. Wow. As they reach the time control, this is like pretty much as hopeless as it gets in chess. You know, because the rook cannot really fight against this pawn. It's just a matter of time before white promotes it. Of course, okay, you can't push it like right away because it gets taken. So you basically have to improve your dark squared bishop a bit. You know, you might want to consider like bishop h4 at some point, and then you're threatening c7 because then your bishop can protect the pawn. But yeah, no, this is really quite hopeless because I mean I don't even see. Well, right now it's Ponomariov's turn. So actually, bishop f2 does kind of show the intention of the bishop to get to h4.
Yeah. Well, just a little intermezzo. Yesterday, he celebrated his birthday. I don't know which age.
Who's that? Ponomarev? Oh, Berkas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
And
know either.
prior to this match, he defeated Boris Gelfand on round 2 and Nikita Fytugov on round 3.
Oh, yeah. So he's beaten 2 higher rated players, definitely.
27, yeah.
Yeah, that is a very nice tournament so far for Berkas. Let's see how this game, how he made it go so well. So it was like an f3 Nimzo. You can see we're in this typical end game. And, okay, he's holding on to his like weak pawn. I mean, at least it's like the isolated pawn. It's not maybe so weak. It's also kind of strong in a way. And Ponomariov didn't really find some amazing plan. Okay, I like Berkash's like advance on the king side here. Are we going to see an exchange sack? Probably not, but it's always
It's an option.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I mean, I don't know. You do have like some compensation for it, actually, but
Maybe not necessary.
yeah, why give up material when you don't have to? Oh,
No, it's different story.
look at that. So he actually did find a way to sacrifice some material. What, playing knight d5, right? Well, because I think he's actually winning it back by force in a way, because the rook is trapped, and if you take it, then you're definitely giving white some strong pawns, and then you might have to sack back the exchange anyway. So what did Ponomariov? Yeah, he just decided to give it back. And he took. So now you got to take with a knight, otherwise, like the rook comes into d8, and bishop d7, rook d8, and what are we going to find here? Is there some like funny c6 move, or well, actually, it looks interesting. Yep.
An a7.
Yeah, because the idea.
Oh,
I
bishop
guess.
first. Bishop. No, actually, it's a cute move. Look, if bishop takes
Yeah.
a7, king e7, and a bishop
Bishop-
c5
yeah.
mate, that would be.
Oh, that's very nice. So
Cute little
basically,
mate
what
there.
you're doing here is you're creating the outside pawn. And if like the king tries to use that pin, that's a checkmate in the center of the board. Is there any other way that white can play here? I mean, do we also have just a really big advantage? Huh. I mean, this isn't as big of an advantage. There's no way I'm going to believe that this is as big of an advantage. Like the rook trade, I mean, I feel like black can survive here. So there's maybe something else that we can do. Oh, you know what it is? Do you know that we can actually play to checkmate that king? If we go bishop here.
Oh, and bishop e7. Nice.
Yeah, we might just be able to move in and checkmate that king.
That's true.
Like, let's say they go there, and we just continue. And then we just, like, don't really care about that pawn.
King g3.
So, yeah, king g3 or bishop f6. I mean, they both look really tempting, right? I mean, the point is, like, I could just take you and checkmate. That is a bit unexpected, isn't it? In the end game, that you're coming under this big attack. All right, let's go back a little bit. So c6, yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice. I like the way he played this end game. You know, he just kind of like kept putting pressure with the bishop pair. And Ponomarev tries to keep things closed, but that's how, you know, now Berkic has a very nice pawn. Nice coming from the other side. Yeah, the pressure is relentless. Space. Man, if you let that pawn go there, you won't even be able to breathe. So there was no luck involved in this game.
Nope.
This was definitely like a very skillful
A very
outplaying.
technical by
Yeah.
Berkus. Yeah. From the start until the current position, it's just like masterpiece.
Yeah. Oh, and then
And
he
takes on d5,
blunders that. And that is how white won the two pieces for the rook. Well, yeah, I mean, it's nice to see a game like this because this is actually, like, for example, it's quite different from Agnes's game, right? Where there's, like, actual mistakes. Like here, I wouldn't say, like, Ponomarev made any blunders. Like, it felt like he was always under some pressure. But, yeah.
Start from out of the opening, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he, you know, Berkic can be very, like, pleased with this game. All right, so Magnus, I know we always like to take a look at the game of the world number one. I was careful not to say the world champion. Because, you know, then you could really be like, hey, Irina, weren't you in Astana? Don't you know who is the new world champion? So I thought about that, and I was like, no, I can say world number one. And, yeah, of course, this endgame is not, like, the most exciting thing in the world, guys, because those pawns are just going to roll up the board eventually. Yeah, and you see, okay, he goes d5, and, well, I mean, yeah, king d4, or maybe just, I think king d4, knight e2. At some point, he can even just go like, well, yeah, he's going to obviously go king c5 on knight e2. Yeah. I suppose, you know, Magnus is probably going to play something like that, or he might just resign.
I don't think he will resign.
You don't think he's going to resign? No. He might. There we go, king b6. Yeah, he tried it. So what do we do now?
If knight e5, knight e5, knight e2, king e3, that's it.
That looks pretty convincing.
Yeah, just
Just
knight
go
e5.
for that pawn and then like promote the g pawn or something.
So if knight e5, if b4, just take on f7. That's nothing much happening. b3, then you have to be careful now.
Well, then you have to go here.
Mhm.
You have to like give up this pawn.
Or you can play knight
Well-
d6 actually, because after b2 there's knight c4 or knight e5. Either way.
Yeah, but see here we managed to like blunder away the win for white,
Yeah.
right? So there, I mean, yeah, he's not going to resign because something like this can still happen, and you know that's not how white's going to win.
Yeah, just knight e5 here, back.
So you want to take, and you want to play knight e5 back.
Or knight d6, which one do
Yeah.
you think is best? I think knight e5 so that you can have an option
Knight
of knight
d3.
d3. Yes.
Yeah, and then basically you're using that check to stop the pawn. Yeah, that looks pretty convincing.
Or after this, knight e2 is there.
Like right here.
Yep. Oh, but there is king
King
e3 still.
E3,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's knight c4
King
still
E3.
happening. Oh.
Yeah. All right, so Magnus, I wonder how many more moves this game is going to last.
And Peter Svidler drew his game against Abasov.
Yeah, that game was really a fascinating one, and we've been told that at some point Svidler could have won. I wonder where it was that point. Let's keep going. So his position wasn't like amazing around here, but yeah, it became very sharp. If only I could move some pieces. Here we go. This is where we kind of looked at it. I mean, okay, so rook e1 happened. So this was not the point at which he could win. We probably... It was probably much earlier in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this is just inviting a liquidation. And after queen c4, a5, yeah, okay, we're going to draw an endgame. So where was the point where white could have won? I mean, we've been told that white was winning somewhere, but we kind of missed the whole middle game.
G5. Svidler didn't play G5. He played bishop G3 instead.
Oh, you think that's the point he's talking about? Because, I mean, you mean like here?
Mm-hmm.
It's true that he didn't play, I think he played rook d1.
Oh, rook d1, yeah, and then bishop G3.
Right, but like that wouldn't have been the winning point. Like, was the win somewhere around here? Because it might have been this moment. And probably after that, he was unlikely to be winning. So maybe something here. So where was his big advantage? Not so obvious.
Oh, we have a result on the first board of women's section. What's happening? It should be a draw.
It should have been a draw.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's very nice. My likely dinner partner for tonight, Elizabeth, drew with black. And she just finished, so hopefully she won't have to wait for me for too long. I promised her a really nice fish dinner, guys, on the Caspian Sea at a place that I really like. So, you know, hopefully she will enjoy that. And I have to say, I mean, Baku is a very beautiful city. So you enjoy being here, Irene?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, yesterday I think it was my first time going out because I've been so busy with this commentary. Yeah, I really enjoy. And actually, if there's an opportunity for me to come back to Baku or to this country again, I would love to.
Yeah. In general, I love like this region of the world with like the people and the food and the history and the culture, everything. I really like it, and I mean, they have done just such an amazing job with making this city beautiful. So there's just so much you can do, whether it's like taking walks on the boulevard or going to like the old town or going into like one of the tea houses. You know, I do like the Azeri tradition of, you know, drinking tea in the beautiful cups. You know, those special cups?
Yes,
yeah, that we got them as a gift here.
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, I love being here in Baku, guys. It is a great place for a chess tournament. And the Marriott Hotel, it's located where, you know, where we're playing and staying. It's located right on the boulevard where you can, like, go and walk by the seashore. All right, that's my little travel log for you. And I know some of you have asked us to take a look at Javohir Sindarov versus Arjun Erigaisi. Yeah, this is definitely interesting. Well, let's take a look at the position in front of us. We have Javohir being down a pawn. Down a pawn, but he is trying to get it back. And very interesting placements of this rook on d5 by Arjun, very centralized. How does Arjun kind of like save the pawn? He doesn't really have a way, does he? Wow.
Rook g8.
Fascinating idea. He's trying to open up a new front against the g-pawn.
Yeah.
I think he wants to play g6 next. But g5 is like almost the same, right? And it's also possible. There's both possible. Okay, so, I mean, we got to take the pawn. Like, what choice do we have? Let's take it. And now it's one of these moves. And, yeah, okay, maybe it doesn't really matter too much.
I think g5 is
You like g5?
right? G6, g5, yeah.
They're kind of the same if I take en passant, right? So you're going there. You want to
G6.
take.
You want to play g6 because after g5 you don't have to take the en passant.
Yeah, I don't have to, but
Yeah.
you're still threatening this though. Like you're still threatening some big stuff on the G file.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's
you
kind
can
of like
take
a
on
big
F4.
threat.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's almost like I think you kind of have to, right? Like,
Hang on, yeah.
but then you have a really big problem with the pawn.
Can you play g4 after g5?
Wow, G4.
Maybe it's a bit too optimistic, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a little optimistic because I can take, and then you want to take with the rook, yeah?
Mm.
But then you lose the G4 pawn. It doesn't look that good, yeah?
How do I lose it?
Or you don't. Maybe you don't lose it. Yes, because you got two rooks protecting it. So G4 here. So basically you're suggesting that move because the G pawn is the big target.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree. That looks really interesting. So, should we... Well, I can win this pawn. Is there at least one pawn I can win? Can I try this?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you take, I mean, I at least win this
Yep.
pawn. And then black is certainly
And rook h4.
very happy.
Rook h4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, you still got issues.
Mm-hmm. And rook g4. The other rook.
This one, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, you're not threatening anything quite yet. And that means, like, somewhere I have these ideas, but not yet. Should I be thinking about how to improve my knight?
Yeah. Think.
I mean, I can't go for the exchange sack yet.
You
I'm
can play
not.
knight d4 with the idea knight f5.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So I have to take on g5, then hg.
But that's annoying.
Mm.
You're not like, okay, here?
Yeah, knight f5, king e2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, you're trying to hold on. The problem is, you know what the problem is? That when you take the pawn, there's c4.
Mm-hmm.
You might lose another one.
Yeah.
You know, it's still pretty tricky. So, I mean, okay, I do really like his move rook g8. I think that is
Yeah,
a
it's
great
very
try.
resourceful. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, rook g8 is great. It's like opening up a new front. So let's try to defend for white. So he's going to take the pawn. You kind of have to, right? I mean, I'm just trying to think, like, what else could he do? Otherwise, I mean, he's playing down a pawn. There are ideas of, like, knight c1, but...
There were also ideas of rook b3, knight c5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's take. Let's let you go here, and let's look for a defense. So maybe if it's not g4, let's figure out what it could be. So you want to take an f4, at which point my position just collapses right away. Not good. So that means this knight must move. So I can take with the g pawn. How about I play some ugly move knight c1, and I'm probably going to lose after, like, you know, you'll have some knight e2 in the end. I'm just going to just play it. It's extremely ugly. I know this is not going to work, guys. Yeah.
What
Like-
about? But sorry, what about rook? I was thinking rook a7, but that doesn't work maybe because king b8. Because otherwise, if you play king b6, then the other rook will come to a4.
Oh, that's a nice idea. Well, that's active, yeah.
Mm.
Very nice.
And you cannot play king c6 because there's knight b4.
Yeah. So what is going to happen here on... Oh, I guess this isn't mate yet. Maybe that's the
There is
problem.
a4. Yeah, there's some problem there.
Oh, and the king runs. Oh, so basically I can let you do this and then just capture. Or what else? What else could it be? King b5? King b5 also looks pretty good. But yeah, I mean, White is
you can
under,
just take on f4.
White is under a lot of pressure here. I mean, is there anything, like I can't even do anything like knight b4, can I? You're going to take. Oh, you know what's really funny? That I can just get myself mated like that. It's pretty hilarious. Reminds me of like, you know, Sam Shanklin's round 2 match, you know.
Shitko,
yeah, you know, where the 2 rooks got the checkmate to the king. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, White is under some pressure here.
Okay. So let's see what else we got after rook g8. What else can White come up with? So we're going to take the pawn, and you're going to go g5. I can't move my king because of the knight. So is there somewhere else my knight can go? It's really hard. It's really hard. Like, I have to find an active move here, right?
Right. And let's figure it out while we are also going to see on the screen soon the interview of Sarana.
I'm joined by Alexei Sarana from Serbia. He's just defeated Wesley So in the first game of the 4th round. Alexei, I'm expected you're very excited and very happy to have defeated Wesley. I'm not sure, did you expect to defeat him with black in this first game?
With black, of course, no. It was absolutely unexpected, but in this tournament it seems like he's out of shape, and no, sometimes he even loses with black. Recently he played in the US Championship maybe half year ago, and he lost here to Hugh Christopher, and he could lose with black against a weaker opponent. Maybe he got fourth position and he disappointed, and maybe in tilt he played much worse. I don't know.
Of course. You've probably been seeing his interviews. I'm not sure. Far from me to judge what's happening to him. What do you think is happening to him, to Wesley? I mean, he's a world-class player, but he doesn't seem to be in the correct mindset to play here in the World Cup.
Yeah, I checked interview, but I don't know what's happening. But maybe it is just tough tournament. Every opponent is quite strong, and with everything it could happen.
He has been having some games, some really up and down games, winning, losing, but at some point even he himself said he could have been eliminated. So let's get back to you. Of course, it's a 2-game match. You still have to play against him tomorrow with white. But of course, winning with black. By the way, did you go for bishop takes g2? That was the computer move. Did you do it? I didn't see the rest of the game.
At which moment?
Just when, if he takes, then you get queen d5 check, and if f3, queen g5, and you capture the rook on c1. And if queen h, and if he blocks with the queen on f3, then you have h3 check and knight h5 wins as well. I didn't see if you did that tactic in the end.
Yeah, I saw some ideas like this, but not at this particular moment. I calculate. I saw like knight d5.
There were several good moves, yeah.
Very cool initiative, and yeah.
That's the one you went for then, no? Okay. So what I was saying, tomorrow you have a new game with him. You play with the white pieces. How will you approach this game, taking into account that now you've already won the first point?
Well, of course I will play maybe a more solid. Of course I wouldn't mind against something like exchange love and some same openings. I wouldn't say that my approach would be absolutely different, absolutely the same as today, but yeah, with white we'll try to play solid. If it will be easy to make draw, I will try to choose these lines.
So some of the players here have been telling me that they actually prefer to start the 2-game match with the black pieces because it gives you a chance to try and do something special with white in the second game if things go wrong. Do you agree with that?
I would prefer everywhere with white, everywhere start with white, because to feel myself better with white, I play much better, I think, yeah.
Congratulations on a good game and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey guys, we're back with the round 4 coverage of the FIDE 2023 World Cup and Women's World Cup. So here we got Teodora Injak, who defeated Alexandra Kostyuk in the last round, and she's got a slightly better position against Polina Shuvalova in an end game where she's up a pawn, but it looks like Shuvalova is having enough counterplay here to make a draw. So this one extra pawn that she has is not quite enough, and black's pieces are active, and then there's also counterplay against the f-pawn as well.
Right.
So looks like this game is heading towards a draw. Let's take a look at Irene Robers. That is a very big game. We thought she had the edge against Harika, but Harika is doing her best to hang in there, and now she...
Then she has to play rook f8, yeah?
But is she not... then she has to calculate the king and pawn endgame, which I guess is okay. For her, yeah. Going king f7 looks
F7.
very dangerous. I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong.
Queen h7, for example.
Yeah, there's a lot of checks, and the queen can infiltrate, but... I mean, maybe she can do it. The thing with rook f8 is that then she has to... it might be possible... But then she's got to calculate like this end game. And she has the doubled pawns.
King has to come, yes.
And for example, well, I mean,
d5.
yeah, I think, yeah, maybe I don't know how precisely I'm doing this. Wow, it's crazy, right?
Yeah,
King f2 seemed like so obvious, and somehow it's not the right move. Well, what could the right move be? I mean, I'm guessing f4. I'm already in the square of the pawn, right? So I don't need to move my king. It's probably f4 is a nice move to make. Yeah, because...
You have g4 and stopping the king from coming, yes.
Yeah, you come in, I stop you, and I basically move my king over there. And every time you go d5, I go c5. And I think the point of all of this is that when the king goes for this pawn, you know, my pawns are far enough advanced. I mean, I have to do this precisely, right? But... Okay, let's try to calculate this.
So f5, let's say f5.
f5, king c6, h4 takes on c5, g5, pawn takes an h5? It's h5.
Oh, h5.
It's h5. Okay, guys, look at this. It's like we go here. Okay, well, we're just going with our line. We're just forget that your d pawn can run. I just want to show you the completely wrong line that I've calculated.
Oh, sorry, Irina.
Yeah.
We don't have to calculate. We just have to be standby on
e2
just
stand
and then play
king
d3.
d3. Oh, yeah. That's funny, because I think...
It's the corresponding square between c5 and d3.
But if you take... Wait, I thought we were winning like this. But is your d pawn running?
I think
is it
d3?
d3?
Yeah. You just push.
And here?
And then king
and
d4.
And then just king d4, and somehow I've let you in. Yeah, like I have my breakthrough. It's just that the problem is...
Then you can take, and then king c3.
That, yeah, I've let your king in a little too much, and you get to promote too with like a million extra pawns, right? Okay, so that was a really good... It's an example of really good calculation for a king and pawn endgame where like every move you make is wrong and losing. So let me try to do a little bit better on that.
Hang on, sorry to interrupt you. We have the result there. Magnus Carlsen resigned against Vincent Keimer, the biggest upset in this round.
Wow. Okay, we timed that really well.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's kind of the feeling, you know, when Magnus loses. And yeah, so what made him finally give up? I guess his pawn isn't really going anywhere. And he did lose the f7 pawns. Now it's like 3 against 1. And basically, This king is just kind of coming in, right? There's just at some point the resistance runs out. Yeah.
Well,
wow.
Congratulations to Vincent for such an amazing game.
Yeah, I think he was just, tactically sharper or something in this game. Like, I don't think, this is not like some
fluke, right? It's just he worked for it. So
yeah, I mean, it's not like his win is not like the same as like Sorana's win over Wesley or Burkish's win that's going to happen against Ponomarev. Like, I feel like, it's not that he like outplayed Magnus and won. It's actually more like, Magnus missed a few tactical points. He actually probably Magnus was outplaying him, but he missed some tactical shots, like a little bit uncharacteristically. And, now we're at least the good news for Magnus is that he has white pieces to try to come back tomorrow.
Right.
And we're going to see if Magnus is going to be able to continue his World Cup run. It's been very hard here for people to get their comeback wins. Right?
Yeah, we've seen a few comebacks before, but Vincent is
but it's hard.
It's hard. Vincent is a very strong player and very solid, and we'll see. It's going to be an interesting battle tomorrow to see which opening that Magnus will come up with because he's in a must-win situation.
Well, he needs to keep Vincent under time trouble. I think that's still one of Vincent's kind of issues, right? And I mean, against Magnus can play so quickly. If he wants, so I think that's probably going to be part of his strategy.
Right.
Kind of go for something. Well, I don't know, like whether theoretical or not, but try to definitely use the time advantage and not blunder.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would like to see Magnus stay in this tournament, but definitely it's a big win for Vincent today. There's a game that we haven't seen much of for a while, and it's between Hikaru Nakamura and Prague. And we know Prague has had a nice position from earlier in the game. Of course, it's no longer as nice as it used to be. I mean, things have changed in a big way. And one thing I really like about Hikaru's position is like this active king on d4. Right? And the fact that like he's interestingly offering up an exchange, and I guess he's probably been offering it for a while, when he just pushed the pawn, he's like, okay, take my rook and give me the other pass pawn. So, I mean, this king is doing a great job of like supporting the center, right?
Right.
So, yeah, beautiful example of like using the king actively in the end game. And somehow there's no sign of black's control over the dark squares. Remember how we talked about that earlier in the game? Like there's no sign of any control over those squares at all, right? Things have really changed. So I think Hikaru is the one who's trying to, I don't know if he can really do so much, but he's trying, yeah. What's the idea of this move?
G5?
Yeah, that's probably it.
A3.
Yeah, well,
trying to make some counter attack there.
He still has counterplay, yeah. Makes sense. So if we take, we completely open the rook, right? Well, should we just look at like the obvious line?
Or also if taking on A3, you can just play B3. I think that's also very dangerous instead of taking...
Good point.
I mean, both are good actually.
So he started with rook A1. Wow, Hikaru. Noticing that if the pawn takes, the bishop still covers B1, so you can take on A2.
So taking on D5, E5 doesn't look good, probably?
Doesn't look so good because I guess Hikaru is really counting on winning that pawn.
Right.
And then these two pawns are really powerful. So, okay. So where is this bishop supposed to go? I mean, if you go B3...
You just take on A3.
Yeah, I guess I just take. And so let's say, well, you can't go there. Right? I mean, if you go there, I just take again. Unless I'm missing something in this line. I mean, there is like rook B4.
But king C3.
Yeah, and then I hit the rook. Is there some weird rook A8?
But you can just push a4 if you want.
No.
Or you can do just nothing. Oh, bishop c4 would have been nice, maybe. No.
Let's see, what would we do here? There's a lot we can do. But
Bishop b5, I like bishop b5.
bishop b5 and like, let's say rook a3.
And then just rook b1 because you cannot do anything with the bishop. You still can take, but okay. That's what we want, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. Is he still thinking? So Prague is still on the move, right? Let's see. We go back here. So rook a1. Definitely a tricky move by Naka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's known for putting pressures a lot on his opponent in such a move like that. Like, I mean, I wouldn't have thought, like, you already put the rook on f1, but okay, you can come back to a1 just because a3 was happening. Yeah.
So what is Black's best move here? Like, what are we missing?
Oh, Prague already played bishop b3.
Oh, he played bishop b3. So we're looking at that move, right? And so Naka takes
Naka
the pawn,
took
right?
it. And rook a8, I don't see anything else. Or rook a7, which one?
Yeah. Either of those look
I think
possible.
rook a7, yeah.
Rook a7. So you're thinking, oh, because this rook is not doing much and this rook is actually better. So we tried using that rook, but yeah, I agree. This looks more logical. Rook a7. And you just want to kind of capture back, right? Yeah, this doesn't allow White to have really a lot of tricks here.
Actually, you can capture it back with the rook. Yeah, just to have the h pass pawn.
Yeah. And then this rook is like Black is ignoring it, and it's not doing that much. So actually, this seems like this is the way that Prague is going to hold the balance. Right now, it's his turn, and I guess he's thinking. Yeah, he's thinking about which rook he wants to use to make this capture. So Hikaru has less time than Prague, which is always a little surprising whenever Hikaru has less time than his opponents, but he's not like in horrible time trouble or anything.
No, he's good. Yeah. And I think he's also very comfortable in shorter time control. So, yeah.
So, okay, after rook a7, like, let's just even try to make a move for White. What's that going to be? Should we go c6? Kind of. I mean, you push the pawn, you might lose it, but I mean, it's certainly a move, right? I mean, I guess what else you can do? Yeah, you can play a4. You can, like, prefer to trade the rooks if you want to lose the pawn, right? So a4, I think, is reasonable. Like, you might say, well, if you take with the bishop, you're in a pin, but if you take with the rook, I can trade with you, and, like, I'm not as scared of your b pawn because my bishop comfortably defends b1. So that may be one option for Hikaru on rook a7. And another option for Hikaru, okay.
He played it, rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7 on the board. Okay. Another option for Hikaru is this move c6 that requires certainly some calculation, but it's interesting because, you know, now they can't really take.
Actually, if c6 happening, then I like to take on the rook on d5 because then I can bring my king to e7 and d6 stopping the pawns.
Okay. Yeah, you're feeling like you might be able to do that and play.
Or maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like it's a move. What did I miss here?
Maybe rook e1.
There's check.
Maybe rook e1, and you can't really.
Check.
Yeah, you can't really like keep your king here because we get rid of it, and then
just give a check.
Yeah, probably trade
and trade everything.
Trade everything, and then just kind of like come up with a king and win, right? Yeah.
So Black cannot do that then.
So Hikaru is thinking after rook a7. Let's put that move on the board. Here we are. Promote. Okay. Rook a7. So either c6 or a4 have been like the moves that have come to my mind so far. And c6, yeah, c6 is interesting because my idea is that you can't really take with the rook anymore. I mean, at least I think you can't, because c7, right? Like,
Yeah.
it looks quite painful, and rook d8 coming. So c6 is a bit of a sharper move, right? But then what if I just take with the pawn? So you're making me take with the pawn, so I will. Okay. I mean, the pawn can get there. You can't even move your rook.
And if you take on a3 and c7, there is rook a8. So
is that like the drawing line?
yeah.
So like you're
Kind of.
basically saying take. Okay.
Or maybe
But hold
there
on.
should be something.
There should be, yeah, it's interesting because it's a little risky to play this way as white,
That's right.
and there might be something better than rook a8. But it's not like, oh, you know what it is?
Or just rook e8.
Yeah, just rook e8.
Yeah, and then rook a8 is coming. Yeah.
And then you make sure that rook d8 is not a check, and then you stop the pawn, and then you win.
He played rook d6.
Okay, so he plays a move that we haven't yet considered, yeah? Rook d6? Okay, rook d6 on the board. So he decides to move that rook out of attack. Okay. He wants to, in case of rook a3, he probably is planning to trade and go like rook a6. I don't know. I don't know about rook d6. So I can take on a3 with my pawn. Maybe you want to go rook b6. I mean, I think like one of his ideas is something like that. Like, still, yeah, something like this. I mean, I think white, like they're going towards this draw somehow, And Hikaru is probably the one who's like going there at this point. I think so. I mean, I don't see like how black is worse in this position with the outside pawn that's about to go to a2. So I feel like white's the one who needs to start like making things happen for the draw.
That makes sense. Yes. And we have another result. The game was indeed won by Barkas Ferenc versus Ponomaryov. There we have some upset also. So already 3 upsets in the open section. Magnus Carlsen lost against Vincent Keimer. Wesley So lost against Alexis Arana. And former world champion Ponomaryov also lost against Barkas Ferenc.
All right. So because here after... I'm sorry. Sometimes I get so focused on the position. I'm like, all right, let's go to some of the other games. I know you guys mentioned like the Sindarov. Sindarov was a big game, right?
Yeah. While you are looking for that game, we will soon have the interview with Vincent Keimer. Let's take a look.
So I'm pleased to be joined here in the interview area by the man of the moment, Grandmaster Vincent Keimer, who just defeated one of the best players in the world, Magnus Carlsen. Vincent, first of all, congratulations on the game. Tell me what you're thinking when he blundered knight d6.
Well, obviously, I was very happy. I mean, before, I think it was more or less an equal game. I found this knight d5 idea where I thought then at least I will have no issues. Yeah, like I should be fine. But I didn't really believe that I had any winning chances before he played knight c7. And then, obviously, after knight d6, suddenly it's very hard for him to make the right move. And also psychologically, I mean, before everything was fine and suddenly there are huge issues. The only issue for me was that when he played rook b1, then suddenly I have many moves and I have to decide. And I was not sure, like this knight game which I went into, I thought it should be winning, but I was not entirely sure, and I was rather low on time, but still, of course, it was, I would say, it was more or less of an equal game, and then I got the chance, and I think I used it.
Of course, you were under certain time pressure at the moment. He missed knight d6. He had like 40 minutes. You were, I think, under 5 minutes. What do you think he missed exactly of the moves? Maybe rook f5, the sequence?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, normally none of the stuff that I have there is anything he would normally not see. Yeah, I mean, he's a tremendous calculator, so I don't really know. I think, sometimes it just happens that, yeah.
So were you confident after winning the pawn that you could, basically when his pawn is on b5, were you confident that that knight ending was winning, or were you 70% sure? What were your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I had other nice options, so I was confident that it should be winning. But of course, I was not entirely sure. I mean, how? Yeah, I hadn't time to calculate. And after move 40, when I got the knight to b4, I was more or less entirely sure that it is winning, and it's only up to me to make the right out of it.
Is this the first time you've beaten Magnus Carlsen in a classical game?
Surely, yeah. I mean, we've played a lot of games also online, and I don't even know if I ever beat him in a bullet game. I had winning positions against him quite a few, but I think I've never managed to beat him. And of course, yeah, doing it here in such an important game is great.
So what does this mean for your confidence as a player to be able to defeat him in a good game as well?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that this was like a one-move blunder. Yeah, otherwise the game would have normally ended in a draw, which also would have been totally fine for me. But of course, it's nice. I mean, I generally have the feeling that here I'm feeling well. Also, the quality of my games was pretty good so far, I think. And that's also good to see. My last tournaments also in Biel went quite well. So, yeah, I'm hoping to, keep that up. Yeah.
To remember that tomorrow is the second game of the mini-match. You'll be playing with the black pieces without giving too much information, of course. What would be your approach? Will it have changed now that you've won the first game?
I don't think it really will. I mean, surely he will, put everything that he has to winning that game, and it will be a very tough challenge. But, you have black against Magnus Carlsen, you just have to try and be solid.
Vincent Keimer just defeated Magnus Carlsen, clearly the favorite going into tomorrow's game, but it'll be a tough nut to crack to hold Magnus to a draw. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Vincent Keimer, man of the round, indeed, beating our world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, it was a very good game by him, and he has been playing very well in this tournament too. Like I've seen, well, I commentated almost all his games, right? Yeah, he's been playing very well.
Well, it wouldn't be a World Cup if there weren't surprises and upsets, right? I mean, that's really what we're expecting here. And so many of the favorites have been knocked out already. It's just kind of crazy to think, like Mamad Diarra and Anish Giri.
Yep, they got all knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, who else? There was another one. There was Rajabov, right?
Also,
Grishuk. I mean, so many illustrious names have left the tournament so early, and we in the open field. We have a lot of players who are 2,600 who are not the most famous players in the world, and they are still here fighting.
Yeah. And I think World Cup is the heaven for the underdogs, actually, because they just want to show that they can be beating all these top class players as well. Yeah.
No, it is nice actually to have a format like that is so open, and allowing these lower rated players a shot at the elite players of the world, and we can see that it's just not that easy.
Right.
And so I think the World Cup is a very special format, and of course you always think, okay, it's random in a knockout tournament, and there is that element of randomness. That's why it's not called the World Championship anymore, but it's kind of been renamed to the World Cup, which I think is probably more appropriate.
Yep.
But still, it's a very special tournament, and there are, I think, in the end, there are no lucky winners.
No, they surely earn for their spot and for their victories. So, Irina, we still have 4 games left in the Open and 2 games left in the Women, and now we're currently seeing the newly minted Dutch champion, Ellen Robbers. Yeah, I think she's about to taking down Harika Dronafali in this game.
All right, so let's go to the really important moment, guys, because when Black was in check, she needed to decide between the risky-looking King F7 or allowing the trade of everything with Rook F8. And she decided to allow everything to get traded. But going into a king and pawn endgame is a risky proposition in itself, especially when you're the one who's going to have the weaker pawns. And after King G1, King E7, did Irene Robbers go F4 like we were thinking about? No, she went King F2, D5, okay, C5, and yeah, basically it's going along this scenario. And just Black is completely lost. Oh wait, King D3, I don't know. Is Black completely lost? King D3. What is going on here? Is there something really tricky that we're not seeing, which is allowing Black to stay in this game? Because, I mean, at first glance, it looks really bad for Black, right? Like, if Black takes the pawn, we just go F4. Like, how is this not winning for White? Wow. Okay, we're gonna get tested in king and pawn endgames, Irene.
Yes, and meanwhile in the camera we see Nakamura just finished his game against Pragnananda. My assumption is after he played rook b6, he offered him a draw.
Did he play rook b6? Yeah.
He did play rook b6, and
Okay.
the game ended there.
Yeah. Well, that was a good fight. I mean, Prague definitely, I think, somewhere in the middle of the game, he had his chances,
Yep.
you know?
Definitely.
Okay, so now back to this fascinating king and pawn endgame. So after f4, black is going to be in a kind of a zugzwang. All right, I'm going to play g6. All right, there we go. I played it. Now you're going to go, I don't know, I assume g4.
And you have
And,
to pass pawn.
I mean, yeah, like, obviously all of this looks really good for white. Like, here you go, and white just wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
G5, and
Or you can have h4. You don't have to commit with this, I think.
you don't even think I have to play this move,
No,
yeah?
just play h4,
Yeah. I mean, I probably have to go for f5, right?
f6, yeah, and then
Sorry,
yeah.
f6, and then
Yeah,
I
and they
have
should
to,
be winning. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do have the more active king, and still you have to calculate, like now.
Opposition.
Ooh, I go here.
Mhm, just
Yes,
opposition.
I even win like
You
a
can
tempo.
actually take the other pawn, not a5.
I can take this one, yeah? Because I can also take that one. Can decide. But, okay, so let's just say, guys, there's a lot of complexity here. And on the board is after f4, she just played h5. So I tried g6, that wasn't too great. h5, better. So now, on g4, I'm guessing it's h4. I feel like maybe we need this pawn on the board. Gosh, I'm afraid to make a move now. I really am. Like, I'm so bad at king and pawn endgames. All right, h4.
No, you're
wow.
f5, just f5.
Yeah, I mean f5, and we're kind of back into this stuff where I put you into zugzwang, and then I
G5.
go here. So all right, so like h5. So what am I supposed to do here after g4? So am I supposed to trade with you? I mean, it's not like that feels great.
I think you have to take, and then you will play.
Yeah, you try it. Try it.
Okay.
Like,
Takes,
yeah, there we
takes.
go.
Mhm.
There we go. And then why is this a draw, right? Like king c6.
No, king d6.
King d6.
I was thinking there's something like king d6 takes on d4, king e6, king c5, and then g5.
And then pawn takes him.
No, that
doesn't quite work. But like, okay. But king d6 is so unintuitive too, right? Like,
oh, I know,
You wait-
g6. Because we just simply don't.
we
have
don't have any
moves.
other moves. All right, there we go. We trade everything. We go g6. And then
you have to play g5, and this is when you can put the king on e6.
hold on. Let's try to get this right. So on f5, we are gonna what? Like we're gonna take,
Just
right?
g5, no?
G5,
Or take.
because f6. All right, let's just try. Let's just try this move. Now we have to figure out if we're taking or playing g5. I mean,
You have to take, yeah. You have to take.
yeah, but if you take it, you're going to lose this pawn, and then you hope that your king gets to c5 or something.
Mm-hmm. And now king d6.
And then
Yeah, king goes to c5, or maybe you can
mean,
go to b3.
that's crazy. Because when you look at this position as black, like you're just
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm losing,
King
right?
f6 has to be played, yeah, just to keep the opposition.
Oh man, like because you're just like, oh, I'm losing that pawn, I'm losing everything, but you're actually not. Yeah, it's
King e5.
crazy. Well, wow. I mean, if Harry,
Oh, king d4 and take on b3.
you're going this way. Yeah, you're going for the counterplay. And what, you make it on time, yeah, because my pawn is not that far advanced.
Also, the king is on the b
Yeah,
file.
wow. And black makes a draw. Okay, guys, that took some. Wait, did I?
No, because you just haven't.
Oh, I haven't made my queen, yeah. And that took some trial and error. Yeah, that's what pawn endgames are all about, trial and error. Okay, hold on. Let's go back and try to make this a little clearer for ourselves and the audience. So basically, wait, like let's just understand one thing though. Like white was winning, right? White was winning this king and pawn endgame. And somehow by playing the absolutely obvious king d3, they like let go of the win, right? What they should have been doing is like starting by pushing the pawn.
Because that is a corresponding square, so you don't need to actually occupy it. You can just occupy it later. You just
you wait for them to take the pawn, and then
meanwhile,
you go there.
Yeah, and when you have time, you just improve your pieces. I mean, your pawns.
So the point is, if she would have gone here, you just go like G4,
yeah.
and you basically you're only going to D3 once they take the pawn, and somehow you're
You
winning.
don't actually need
Wait,
it
you
to
don't
your-
even need to go to G3
Yeah,
to D3.
F5 maybe. But F5 king D6, so G5.
But then G5.
yeah.
Oh no, that still doesn't work.
No, I mean G5 now.
So how do hold on, how do we win this one?
Yeah, G5.
Yeah, it's G5, right? Because you don't have G6.
You do.
Well, you don't have G6.
Not now. Yeah.
But
king
you've
D6.
got something.
King D6, King D3.
But then here maybe? Yeah, here, and then if I go here, you go King E6.
Yep.
And then you actually get enough counterplay like that. Okay, so wait, let's try to understand how we win this position. Wow. Wait. Is there something crazy like King D2?
I was thinking about it too. But that's
Do I put
probably-
you in Zugzwang, but like something like that?
That's probably it.
Okay, let me try to understand my own idea. Yeah, I mean, basically, like, let's say you go, I don't know, let's say you go G6, right?
And now King D3.
Now here,
Yep.
and yeah, now it looks like I'm winning. Okay.
But King D2 is so deep, like it can be missed.
Oh man, I feel like that was a real workout, you know? And hold on, guys. No, king and pawn endgames are really complicated. Of course, here's the thing, guys. I mean, I guess Harika perceived this position as very dangerous after the check. And I think it is very hard to play king f7. Like that. Well, it's hard to bring out the king when there's queens on the board, although the king is not getting mated, right? Like it's not like either that check, you just escape, or it's and then the queen is very active and the rook is good. So I mean, I do think like it was within, I think, the realm of possibility for her to play this move. But obviously she thought it was dangerous because like going in for this rook f8 is just not something you want to do, right? Because like the problem is only black can lose. Right, it's not like we're looking at any lines where white loses, right? So you have all the risk. You got to play perfectly, and maybe she's actually going to get the draw. It looks like she is in the drawn position, but Irene had some chances to win. But yeah, like super complicated. So it is amazing here that like H5 she holds. So I think King C, yeah, this happened, and then H5 is the move that she played, right? Wait, we promote it. And then this happened. Oops, no. I think there was a trade, right? Yeah, there was a trade.
Just double click.
Oh, I can do that. Great. So last couple of moves, yeah, there was a trade on G4, G6, and then, yeah, they're going for this position where Harika is holding by like one tempo.
Yes.
Incredible.
King C6.
Yeah. Wow, Harika must be just counting her lucky stars.
And then they could just...
No,
King D4.
She didn't
King
play
D4.
that, right? Okay. Yeah, because that was like King D4 is the move that she played, right? Or is it not on the board yet?
It's
It's not on the board yet. Oh, okay.
King C6 just happened, so we're waiting for Irene to move.
Yeah.
Wow, what a narrow escape by Harika.
Incredible. Wow. I mean, but king and pawn endgames, this one is like really complicated.
Yeah. But she's very courageous because, in the position when if you play king f7, things can go wrong.
I don't even know. Like, did she really? He calculated all of that. Because the more you calculate, the more you realize you don't even know what's going on there. How could she
the
have
more you get
calculated that
confused.
she's? I mean, there's no way she could have calculated this, right? There's no way because White didn't even play the best moves.
Right.
White could have played F4 at any point earlier. Like, how would you calculate all those things? So in a way, I don't know, but that means like either she's enormously lucky or she really did somehow see this idea and thought it could work.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm still thinking more like enormously lucky.
But also Harika is a very experienced player, so she goes intuitively into this line, knowing that there's a still 50-50 chance in the pawn endgame. Although objectively speaking, the evaluation was much better for White, but they just changed the score sheet. Yeah, they're going on to the next
the next phase.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're just blazing out the move. I think. Okay, just a quick question.
Yeah.
When do you think they will end their game? When?
I don't know. Both sides make a queen or something.
I think after B1 queen. Yeah.
Yeah. So they are heading into this long line, guys, and yeah, both sides are going to get to make a new queen. It was quite the game.
It was quite a game.
It was
Yeah.
a really good fight between these two players.
Yeah. It was a good attacking game by Lin, but also a very good defense by Harika.
Yeah. I mean, and the opening was just like completely unclear what was going on there. All right, so shall we take a look at Aulia, who has a 2-pawn advantage against Nurgul Salimova from Bulgaria, but it's bishops of opposite colors, and it doesn't really look like she has a chance to win anymore because this pawn is blocked and there's no breakthrough. And you can't really go anywhere with your king because of this pawn. And if you take that pawn, you lose that one, it's a draw. So this one actually does look like a pretty easy draw for black, who just now kind of needs to walk around with the bishop.
And bishop f3 is on the board. And on the far end of the camera, I think Irene is just waiting to offer a draw, or I don't know. I think they would agree for a draw anyway, anytime soon. So the games in the women's section looking like both are going to be a draw, yeah?
Yeah, it does look like that. And so we have, Burkish won.
And they shook hands.
Yeah.
Aulia shook hands with Salimova.
Oh, they both did, right? They decided.
Yeah.
They decided to make it easier on us and just finish at the same time.
They want you to make your dinner.
Yeah, no, I do want that nice fish dinner. Now, I think the word in Azeri for fish is balik. I hope I pronounced that right. Okay, I want some balik for dinner. Some nice trout, guys.
There is currently a grind here between Grandiolius Nils versus Santos Latasa. Another case of opposite colored bishop with 2 pawns up, but we still have a rook, 2 rooks on the board, so...
And it looks like Javohir Sindarov, I mean, he's still holding on against Arjun Erigaisi. He's not having fun because the black king and the black c-pawn are definitely way better than what White has. But he's still holding on. And I guess they can't move both together at once because then you get that pawn. And of course, White's going to quickly hurry back with his king and make sure that he can always win f5. So yeah, I mean, it does look like this is within the realm of a draw just because this pawn can't really advance anywhere. I mean, you can go c4, but then I just go, let's say, king g5. And you can't go anywhere with your king, and I'm also getting play against your pawn, right?
Right.
So like if you start giving it up, like I'll just take it, and I can always like let me make sure I don't blunder anything. Yeah, I can always do that, and then put the rook behind the pawn, and yeah, it's going to be a draw. So that is going to be a nice escape for young Sindarov, 17 years old.
And I think another draw alert will be coming up soon between 2 experienced players, Vostazek Radek versus Dominguez.
But look at this one you were talking about, the bishops of opposite color. Oh, this one is quite bad for black, yeah? Although it's funny how Niels Grandelius has so much less time than Jamie Santos Latasa.
Jaime.
Jaime. I knew I was going to mispronounce something. I've already been told that I was pronouncing Teodora Inyats. Inyats, yeah, wrong. Which, I mean, I can believe, yeah. I mean, my Americanized, like, Injak didn't sound very, like, Serbian, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't sound Serbian. Yeah. Because there's also a very strong grandmaster, Inic.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Inic.
yeah.
Okay. I would be calling him Inic.
Oh, there you go. Dominguez shook hands already with Ostazek. I think it should be a draw. Yeah, this is a draw. So we have 2 remaining games in the open section.
Yeah, well, that game was where Dominguez had an extra pawn in a bishops of opposite color and queen endgame for like a long time. So it kind of didn't, it didn't look like he was going to be able to win that. And Radoslav hung on. But Niels has very little time. Wow, they're on move 92. So, like, he has a minute. That's appropriate for 92 moves. Having 38 minutes when it's been 92 moves is like a lot more unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But Nils is known for thinking long like this. I remember there was a game that he played just recently, May this year in Sweden. It was in Malmö, and he played against Boris Gelfand. It was a very theoretically drawn openings, and then they drew the game in the end. But at some point, I think Nils thought for like 35 minutes for one move, and followed by Boris Gelfand thought for 36 minutes. So it was quite a critical position in Sicilian opening. And here, do you think? I mean, of course, white is better, 2 pawns up, and but this time trouble could affect on his game.
It could. I mean, okay, basically I think white just wants to get that pawn, like, as far up as possible. Bishop b4 is not really stopping him. Yeah, he wants the bishop there, the rook to go there, get some chances against this pawn. Okay. I understand that, and I think it's not going to work. I mean, because he just c6, right? And just c6. And the problem is with this is that there's rook f7, king e8, and, well, first of all, there's rook f6, which looks pretty good. I think I'll just take it, and you give me one check.
Just come back.
Yeah. I'm not going to be giving you my f4 pawn, I think. I mean, if I'm really interested, like, if we really want to explore a more competitive position, like, we can take a look at this and be like, is this still winning, with these 2 pawns?
Yeah, because they're
far enough apart, yeah. So you basically, like, you're like, you can't let me in there, and yeah, okay. So, I mean, white is like completely dominating.
Right.
Okay.
Wow. Maybe this could be, well, rating-wise, they're quite similar, but this could be also another decisive result. And
how is our friends Javo here and Arjun doing? We got, it's actually kind of went down this path. So black just decided to sack the pawn on e6. And he took the pawn on g3. Okay, good try. Good try, keeping the king cut. So we have to go rook e5. Yeah, you got to get rid of that pawn.
Right.
Yeah, that's very important that white can still take it. c4, you're obliged to take it. And on c3, well, this is interesting.
You just go f8, rook f8.
The thing is, there's rook c3.
Yeah, but you give a check first, yeah?
You give a check. Yeah. So like c2, rook f8, c2, and then you go rook d8. Yeah, that's very important. And then you go rook c8.
Yep.
And then it's a draw. Yeah.
Just exchange the rook with the pawn, and f5 will be.
Yeah, you just kind of made it just in time, right? Like you sort of just make it. I mean, it's not like.
And here you just have a4.
Yeah, a4 and probably just give everything up.
Go to the other way after rook d8, just king c4, and then rook c8, king b3, and this way you can just take on the pawn.
Yeah, then you take it, and then you promote f5.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So Java here, tough game for him, but it does look like he's going to get a draw. So let's go back and take a look at how Niels Grandelius is trying to win his game. You know, it's a real challenge to just find that game.
Just click on the running games. So.
Running games.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
It's like if I would have known about this trick. Okay. Here we go. So let's see. He pushed his pawn to c6. He played rook f7. So all of that's on the board.
He took.
He even took.
Oh, no,
he hasn't taken yet.
He hasn't taken.
He hasn't taken. So this is the current position.
Okay.
So what do we think about today? Why don't we start like kind of talking about, I mean, obviously, you know, when there's this amount of games, it's not possible to, like, we've skipped a lot of meaty portions too, right? So it's hard to keep track of everything. Some games we didn't get to at all.
But I think we covered quite interesting, the interesting games ones, like, for example, Magnus Carlsen. We saw a lot of it until almost the end, and then Wesley So against Saranov. Obviously, it's
we did some analysis on that.
Yeah. And I think this is the game that I would learn after this, after tonight. I would put it in my database and then just try to look at again and then have it in my repertoire. And the game between Berkas Fering versus Monomariev, I mean, Berkas has been playing sensational chess here, beating Boris Gelfand and then beating Nikita Fytugov, and now his potential next victim is Ponomariov Ruslan. Berkas is in the verge of winning this match tomorrow, even though he will be playing black. I mean, he used to be 2700, even though now he's dropping down to 2615. So he's actually around there. Yeah, maybe the rating that he has currently have right now is not really reflecting to his strength. I think he should be quite underrated at this moment.
Well, and in the women, wow, we saw some interesting results with Bella Hotenashvili winning with the black pieces against Humpy Koneru. That is a huge one.
That is
and then basically it's the only decisive game.
The rest of the games in the women's section ended with a draw, and that is the only decisive and upset in the women's section.
I think Niels Grandelius will be putting his rook back in f7 to attack that bishop. He can pretty much do anything he wants. He can move up the g pawn if he wants.
I think he did move the pawn.
So I would also say that Vidit's win over back row was quite flashy and something to look at, guys, if you missed that.
Yes.
And the game between the youngsters, I think this is a very interesting matchups. Gukesh, Esipenko, and Sindarov, Erigaisi, which are going to, likely be just two draws for the day. I mean, they're going to be back tomorrow, and I think we're just interesting matchups to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And don't worry about it, because I think Michael Rahal will soon make a recap about it, because he's known for it. After this, Irina, he would take over our office.
Oh, yeah?
And then record the video over here.
Well, that's better than us doing it, because I think, I don't know. In Astana, that was Daniil's job, to do the recaps. And I know people really enjoy that, but it's also a bit tiring, I think, after many hours of commentary than to do the recap video. So it's nice that we have someone else for that. And if you guys have any questions for us in the chat, now is a good time to ask, because we're on our last couple of minutes for the day.
Right.
And, okay, Naka Prague. That was a very competitive game. And I think Prague with the black pieces, putting some pressure on Naka from the opening. This is not going to be an easy match for Naka. That's what I'm predicting. That this, if Naka manages to win, it's still going to be some show for us.
Yeah, exactly. And tomorrow, Pragnananda will take on white pieces. So These Indian prodigies, Pragnananda, Krush, Arjuna Rigaisi, we see on this round they've been showing actually very good preparation. So I'm wondering actually tomorrow what Pragnananda will come up with, because it will be interesting to see their first move. Their choice of first move usually shows their intention or their expectation on the game, right?
Yeah, and these players can do anything. I mean, I think Prague, I don't know, could certainly play something like C4.
Definitely.
On the first
they
move,
can play any move, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Who do I think will win the World Cup in the open category? Yeah, that's the...
Oh, they shook hands.
They shook hands.
Yeah, so Niels won the first game against Santos Latasa. And, okay, tomorrow Niels will take black. Probably just going to play solid chess and then just win the match. And this one, the last one, I think we can show.
Oh, G6. Okay, yeah. I was like, what's the move that made black resign? And it's G6. Yeah, he cannot stop both pawns. Yeah, these pawns are really quite powerful.
Nice finish.
Yes. And Niels got his win, and we got one final game, guys. Javohir Sindarov still playing against Erigaisi. And okay, Erigaisi is right to play on because, he's got the more dangerous pass pawn. And Sindarov is thinking, so we were thinking rook f8 here?
Yeah, rook f8.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. It's not his move.
No, it's a little different position right now because he took and then somehow he played rook e5. And
yeah, so so something's changed, right?
Yeah,
like
so
he
takes
took,
and then
this
BG
happened.
preventing rook f8 probably.
Oh, I see. And he played rook e5 and then rook g4. Now they're kind of repeating like that. So white's rook is trying to get to f8 without him losing the pawn. Yeah, it's funny that white has the extra pawn, but black is the one who's still got the tricks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But okay, 99%.
Sindarov, he's like a shaker. have you noticed that?
Most of the chess players here
are they?
Yeah. Oh, are they repeating moves or king moves?
No, so there's something different.
Something different. King moves to
e3, and now
I think you just play rook. No, rook c5.
It's
rook
tricky.
f4. Yeah, it's tricky. So maybe king h5 first. Oh, king h5 rook takes. Sorry.
So he's Erigaisi is really still trying to drum up some chances in this position.
Oh, I know. Just a4. Yeah. a4 and
because the king's at f4, so you're shielding from the check. Wow.
Maybe a4 here. Yeah.
And your point, Irene, is that if they
just takes everything. Yeah.
Because this king is shielding that king, you can actually go for this.
That's a very important detail, actually.
I mean, because it's literally if black was queening with check, they would win, but they're not, and it's a draw. Wow. So a4, but I mean, he has to still find that, right? It's not probably not even his only move. I mean, do you think this is his only way to make a draw? That would be hard to believe, right? I mean, let me play something stupid, okay? Let me try this one. And after rook takes king g5. Why is that why is that losing? Or maybe you just go rook d4.
And then king d3
and then actually you win. So you see, we can find a way for white to lose this.
And Sindarov is down to 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Wow. So
I think he should be able to find this. I mean, the position plays itself, and he's reaching the pawn. He's about to play it, and he just...
All right, nice find. Okay, good job, Sindarov.
And c3 is on the board.
Okay, c3.
Arjun plays it immediately, maybe trying to pressure on his opponent's clock as well.
And what do you think? I mean, I guess rook
c5.
Rook c5.
You have to use this tempo.
And then king d2.
And then
f5 or something.
Or you can even play rook c4. Or maybe not. It's not necessary. Just a5.
Yeah, just f5. Just push the pawn. All right, so we're expecting rook c5.
Oh, f5. F5 is better.
Yeah, and then you got to protect your pawn, and then
f5,
we move forward. And white's got enough play here to make a draw without any problems.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I think I will have a shorter day at the office here because usually I would be finishing close to 9.
Oh, no, Irene. You know how this works? Like when I join the show, we're going to have early days because I need to make those fish dinners. Can't make Elizabeth wait too long. So, I mean, no, this was actually, I think it's like my good luck. When I was commentating on the World Championship, I was just like, really wanted the games not to be like 6 hours long every single day, and they were incredibly short.
Yeah.
4.5 hours most days. We had like maybe a couple of games that were like those long games. It's like the percentage was amazingly in favor of the commentators, and no, I'm hoping like that's how it's going to work here too.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. A5 is on the board, so instead of playing rook c5, which I think is equally drawing too, Sukandar played a5.
All right, so he went a5, and that's fine, right? I guess.
Yeah, I think so. So if king d4, then you reach back to rook f8, yeah? And then try to get to c8 like that. So if c2, then rook c5, yeah. I think in the previous position before moving a5, your rook c5 works, a5
yeah, everything works, yeah. All right. So he's continuing to shake, which is interesting because it's like, now it's like it's not that nerve-wracking at this point, but it's been a very tough game for him overall. Yeah. So I think he played king d4. And that should be the move on the board. And after king d4, what's going to happen? Are we going to go, just rook f8.
Yeah, you have to control that pawn from the back rank.
Yeah.
King e4. King e4 is on the board. Okay. I
think it's king e4 that was played, yeah?
And now I think you can play rook c5, yeah?
Sure.
But if rook c5, king d4, and then I think... what's going to happen there? Or rook e5 check. But rook e5, king d4 too.
I don't know why he didn't save the f-pawn, because the f-pawn is the one that can go under the protection of the king. So I don't know why he is even going for this line, but okay. So he went with his rook to f8.
Yeah, this will do too. So rook f8. If rook f4, then rook c3.
And so like rook f4.
Oh no, if rook f4 you can just actually
take. Can take
yeah. We saw this position before.
Yeah, so basically if you take the pawn, it's again this line where you're going for the king and pawn endgame, and the black queen is not checking you, and you get to make a queen too.
Yeah, but they will play for one move, like king f5, just waiting. If the king goes to h5, then it's a checkmate.
Yeah. You got to step back. Okay, so the live position.
They took on f4. They took on
did
f4.
take on f4, so we're finally going to...
So that's my verdict.
Yeah.
So they will play until black played king f5.
Yeah.
And then wait until white moves king somewhere around the g or h.
Yeah, I think you are completely right. That will happen. It's amazing how like the fact that the black king shields the white king is like what is saving white.
And see, king f5.
Yeah. And he's gonna go king
h7, king g7, and then they will shake hands now.
Or maybe they'll give some checks or something.
Yeah, checks and then with an overdraw, I guess.
Yeah.
Ooh. No draw over yet. But king can just go anywhere, yeah? Back rank is fine too, anywhere, like g8, h8.
Yeah. I mean, the white queen is not like stuck on the worst square where like this would be a losing position, so the queen is quite okay.
Okay, they should be shaking hands.
Yeah. Good fight between these players. I mean, Arjun definitely put a lot of pressure on him with the black pieces.
Yeah, very good opening preparation as well.
Yeah.
When you are up on the clock for like 40 minutes ahead of your opponent, so it shows that you are much better prepared. But something went a little bit wrong with his play after that, because he was, at some point I think he was like +2 or +3.
Oh wow. So there was a point in the game where like he really wasn't, Javo here was not doing that well.
And they shook hands.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Look at that. He was up a pawn in this rook end game, but he wasn't able to win this. Interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting day I have today with you for the first game of round 4.
Yeah, lots of decisive results. several upsets. The big news of the day is that Magnus Carlsen blundered a couple of tactical ideas to Vincent Keimer and lost. So tomorrow he's going to need to win to stay in this tournament.
He needs to come back.
And the youngsters in general are doing really well, holding their own. Prague drawing with black against Naka. We have Serrana, that's a second big upset of the day, winning with the black pieces against Wesley So. I would say just crushing him.
And we can see all the results soon on the screen, both in the open section and on women's section. And first, we will see the result in the open section. As Irina mentioned, Magnus Carlsen lost today against Vincent Keimer, and most of other rating favorites drew their opponents. But we also have another upset there. Wesley So lost to Alexis Serrana in a very attacking game and very well-performed game by Alexis Serrana. Niels Grandelius won against Jaime Santos Latasa, who beat Timo Rajabov in the previous round. And another upset or another decisive result in the open section happened in the game of FIDE versus Etienne Bakro, and also Berkas Ferenc beating Ponomarev of Ruslan, the former
FIDE world champion.
And then in the women's section, almost all of the games ended with a draw, except the one and only upset, that is Bella Kotanashvili defeating Hampi Koneru with black pieces. So it's such an amazing performance too by Bella, and tomorrow she'll be playing with white pieces. And I cannot wait for tomorrow to come actually.
All right, guys, the tournament is only getting more exciting. So we'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. Baku time for the second round of round 4.
Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.